This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines. If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business, car key replacements, and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Howdy, howdy. How the hell are you all doing today on a beautiful hump day? It is Wednesday, November 30th. We're getting to the end of the month, getting ready for the holiday season, right? I mean, it kind of started with Thanksgiving, but we're going to have a lot here coming up, obviously, this month, coming up in December, leading into the new year. And appreciate all of you tuning in, as always, wherever you're downloading the show all over the world at any time of the day or night. Thank you so much, as always, Sean, Chad, myself, and everybody else that's part of this platform. We are very blessed to have your support every single day. So thank you all out there. A lot of things going on. As you know, it's Wednesday. We've got a loaded show. We got a bunch of things and a bunch of people. As we'll have Inside the Paint going on from 9 to 10 a.m. as Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan will be doing their thing. Ian Rappaport will chime in at 10:10. Matt Verderam will chime in at 11 a.m. So we got a lot of folks to talk to. So looking forward to it all. And I see where the Miami Dolphins. So the Miami Dolphins now are sexy. Isn't it nice to be sexy, right? I mean, you watch the movies and there's Halle Berry and that is sexy. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things in life that are sexy. You know what I'm saying? It's sexy to go on a vacation to Paris, right? Take your loved one there, Hawaii, somewhere like that, right? Those are sexy things to do. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes you look sexy. And the Miami Dolphins right now at 8-3 are mighty sexy. Mike McDaniel, Tua Tagovailoa, Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle and company are sexy. They're electrifying. They're intriguing. The league wants to know more. The league wants to see more. The player that people thought couldn't play, couldn't throw deep, couldn't run a high-powered offense. Well, guess what? Now they want to see him more. His name is Tua Tagovailoa. So, and really, the league should be happy about this. You want a scumbag like Deshaun Watson in the spotlight? No, not really. you want a guy like Tua Tagovailoa, a decent human being, and a guy that represents humanity the right way. Not just the Dolphins, but humanity the right way. You know what I'm saying? And this is awesome. This is a great combination. We haven't been sexy for many, 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 many years. Maybe there was a little sexiness with Ricky Williams, little sexiness with Jason Taylor and Zach Thomas and Pat Surtain and Sam Madison. There was some sexiness because it was a really good defense to showcase. But in today's world, it's all about offense. All right. If you're just a defensive team, then you're kind of boring in today's world. Oh, wait a minute. That was the Dolphins for 20 years. Boring. And so now you're no longer boring. You're exciting. They want to know more. Well, the Chargers game has been flexed out now. It's no longer a 4:05 game. It's an 8:20 game. And by the way, speaking of not being sexy anymore, his wife is sexy for sure. Ciara is sexy. That's sexy by miles and miles and miles. But Russell Wilson is no longer sexy. So Dolphin Nation, let's thank Russell Wilson. Let's thank the Denver Broncos because they created some buzz by bringing Russell Wilson in. And as the years gone on, everybody's realized that every time you watch Denver on television, it's unwatchable football. They're not sexy. They're not sexy. But the Dolphins, the Chargers are sexy. And that's it. That's what they want. So now Sunday night, Sean and I will have a longer day, a longer night, that is, and shorter time to rest the next day for the Monday show. But hey, man, you got to take the bad with the good. So they'll be flexed out. So now they get another primetime game. The question is, what happens with the Buffalo game? Because it says TBD. And if you win this week, you get even sexier. And then you've got the Chargers game, and you'll be displaying your sexiness on television. And if then that works out, then they're going to say, well, wait a minute. This is Anne Margaret. This is, the creme de la creme. You know what I'm saying? This is the aforementioned Halle Berry. This is the creme de la creme. We need to showcase this again against the Buffalo Bills on Sunday night at 8:20. There's another TBD game left on the schedule, and that's the last game of the season against the Jets. And if Mike White can hold up and what happened this past week is not an aberration, and somehow or another the Jets, their defense is for real. But if they really can find an offense, then who knows? That could be another one. I don't think so. I think they'll start playing like starting quarterbacks because they've had every break in the book. I can't stand that the Dolphins don't get any breaks. You see other teams get every break in the book. There was one year where the Dolphins they may have gotten. Was it the year with Ajayi and all that? Did they play a lot of backup quarterbacks that year, or was it? There was a year. No, it wasn't that year. It was further back. But there was a year where they ended up running into a bunch of backup quarterbacks, and they picked up some cheap games. And we would talk about that. I remember the subject and everything. That, oh man, the Dolphins are getting breaks. They're playing backup quarterbacks. They caught Buffalo. They had to move it was the year they moved the Buffalo game to Toronto. That's the year. I forgot what year that is. That's the year because I remember that that was the other break. Oh, you don't have to play the Bills in Buffalo. You got to play them in Toronto, so they won't have the same kind of crowd and all that kind of stuff. And so that was kind of the talk. And I remember that year that Miami ended up playing a bunch of backup quarterbacks in certain games, and they ended up feasting on it. And the Jets have done the same thing. So, but you see, that was a team back then. The Dolphins were getting breaks that had no shot. This is a team that if it could get some breaks, it's got a shot to win a title. That's the craziness of it. That is the craziness of it. So they get sexy, they get flexed. So that's cool. I think we'll, you know what? Sean, I'm glad you got Edge out there because, by the way, you could go to myedgedrink.com and order it. You can order it only there. You can't get it in stores. And go to myedgedrink.com. Use our code Big O. You'll get 10% off. Sean, I see why you posted this. This is what we're going to need on Sunday night. Right there. Although, the actions of having, the Dolphins on prime time should be enough to lift you up. But if we need a boost, we can go to Edge, which is a beautiful thing. I love it. All right, so we got Ira and Kurt coming up from 9 to 10. We'll have Matt Verderam after that, and we'll have some fun here on the program. Oh, and Ian Rappaport also will join us at 10:10 too on the show. Panthers lost yesterday, 6-2. We'll get into some stuff there because excuses are already coming out of the coach, and so I thought it was kind of a weak response on his part, and we'll talk a little bit about that as the Panthers just got absolutely walloped yesterday by the Flames 6-2. But I'll speak my piece on that later on the show. Appreciate all of you out there. Don't forget to smash the hell out of the like button. It is very important to smash the like button. It gets the algorithms going. It gets the show out to more and more people. So we continue to grow. We're up to, I think, 16,400 subscribers. So come on, man. We want to power to 20,000 now. All right, let's go. Let's power to 20,000 and spread the word. By the way, I went yesterday to Hijinks Sports Grill in Boca. Was there in the middle of the USA-Iran game. Congratulations to Iran. To USA getting the win over Iran. So that was awesome. Pulisic getting the goal. The place was going nuts. And again, terrific bar. It's right on Meisner Boulevard, which if you have a business on Meisner Boulevard and it's not good, you will not last. They've been there for years. That already tells you all you need. If you've ever been to where Meisner Park and Meisner Boulevard is, where all those restaurants and shops and bars and everything are at, usually everything there is top-notch because you will not survive if you're not top-notch. And so when I pulled into Hijinks, I realized where it was, and I was like, okay, well then, no wonder they've been here for a while. And great place. Met Rob. He was fantastic, man. And the place is beautiful, and so is the talent. I'm telling you, Brooklyn Rob, who's always on here with us and a big supporter of the show, he went out there and met us, and he can be the witness that the talent was first round talent. All right, we await Kurt Helin. Let's bring Ira Winderman aboard as the Miami Heat get ready tonight to take on the Boston Celtics. Morning, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm literally trapped all week in the same hotel room. So whenever we talk, whether it's today on our redrecover.com Inside the Paint Show or Friday again, our Acura Pembroke Pines report, I can't recall a time when the Heat have spent 5 days in the same city and it not being the playoffs. But I guess if any regular season series is going to feel like the playoffs, it probably is Heat Celtics. So these are interesting games coming up. And I don't want to offend Heat Nation. Kurt and I will go into detail on this. But the Celtics are better. I think sometimes you have to acknowledge a team is better than your team and work to reach in their level. Damn, Big O. This is a 150-point team. This is a really good Celtics team.
No, I know. But you know what? The one thing that I am kind of intrigued about is the new look Heat the last couple of games. And I want to see now if that game that Bam had the last two nights, how Caleb has played, the triple-double by Tyler. I want to see how that translates now against a team like Boston, because obviously you're without Jimmy today, so you're without your biggest gun, but these guys are now going to be thrusted to the forefront. So I'm intrigued to see if the new way the young cats are playing, if it translates to a game like this now, where you're talking about a team that's 10-1 at home, practically unbeatable at home right now.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting is usually you don't get this opportunity, but it looks like we're going to get one game without Jimmy Butler tonight, TD Garden, and one game with Jimmy Butler Friday, TD Garden. So you're almost going to see what does it look like with and without. Sports is weird, Big O. You can be a great player, but sometimes your team still could be better without that player. It just happens. We've seen that a bunch of times. A great running back, a quarterback who doesn't fit a system because he runs too much. So I think it's going to be interesting. Jimmy Butler won't play tonight when the Heat, or at least that's what I'm told. I'm going to shoot around in about an hour. Jimmy's not expected to play tonight against Boston, is expected to fly into Boston tomorrow, a week after getting his treatment in Miami, play in the game on Friday. So we'll see both sides of it. The one thing I will say about this, Jimmy's not the kind of guy who forces his way in. He loves to pass. He loves to rebound. He loves to defend. Jimmy Butler's not the kind of guy, I've been out a week, I'm getting my 40 burger. You guys are going to have to wait. He is a complimentary star in a sport there of them. So I'm really curious. It's really going to be interesting to look at tonight's game and then look at Friday's game.
Yep, big time, big time. All right, we got an hour of hardcore Heat talk coming up. While they talk Heat, I'm going to work on Metallica tickets in Montreal and Metallica tickets in Mexico City for the next 2 years. So I've got a lot of work to do over the next hour while they actually do some real work. Ira Winderman, Kurt Helin are next in the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show. Here we go, Miami Heat and NBA fans.
Hey guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're going to run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games, get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. If you want to recover like me, use Red Recover.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. NBA fans, it's time for the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. Let's hit the hardwood with some of the best insiders in the NBA. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin.
And we're back. Another week of RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel in Boston, 9 a.m. Eastern. He's Kurt Helin from Pro Basketball Talk, NBCSports.com, 6 a.m. in the Los Angeles area. But hey, he signed up for it, so no complaints here. Looks like he even got a shave in this morning, so God bless you, Kurt. I want to start here, literally here, because I'm in Boston. Oh my God, the Celtics are great.
Yes, they are.
I was here Monday night. The Heat played in Atlanta on Sunday. I got here Monday, right next door. I'm next door to TD Garden, a hotel right by there. The Celtics go over there. They put now Charlotte's terrible, and they didn't have Gordon Hayward. They didn't have Rozier sat out that game.
LaMelo.
They haven't had Ball, but it doesn't matter. When you get 150 burger, you're really good. Kurt, are the Celtics making the early season statement they didn't make last season? And I mentioned this to Big O in our crosstalk, so I'll throw it to you also since you're our neutral party here out in LA. Are the Celtics just a lot better than the Miami Heat right now?
Yes. I mean, right now in particular, but yes, they are. They were the best team in basketball probably the second half of last season, to be honest. I mean, the way after they made this move to put Robert Williams in the starting lineup, who they still are without, minimize the role of Dennis Schroeder. Suddenly they looked a whole lot better. I was a little surprised, and I think a lot of people around the league, Ira, that they carried it over. I thought the coaching situation at the start of the season with Ime Udoka out and Joe Mazzulla coming in, that it wasn't going to be this smooth, that they weren't going to be able to kind of pick up where they left off in a lot of ways. But they absolutely have. They picked up pretty much right where they left off. They have the best offense in the NBA right now by a healthy distance, and their defense is coming around. I'm not sure anybody's playing better than them right now. And I didn't expect that this early in the season with all the offseason drama.
No, and I totally agree with it. By the way, if you're on our YouTube chat board, I see Alexis and Josh chimed in early. Feel free to join us. I'll get to those when I get a chance also. Talking now with Kurt Heelan, Pro Basketball Talk, and NBCSports.com. Ira Winderman from the Sun Sentinel. Kurt, this brings me to sort of a topic I want to work on for my stories for the Sun Sentinel, and I got a feeling is going to become the compelling story of the NBA this year. We know there are teams that try to win on offense before. We have the Phoenix Suns with Mike D'Antoni in 7 seconds or less. You're actually old enough and you're from that area. You probably remember Paul Westhead's Denver Nuggets.
Oh, yeah.
When they didn't play an iota of defense and they honestly thought they could beat you 170, 160. And then you have this Miami Heat rock-solid franchise. I don't remember the whole motto. I should after 35 years of hardest working, most physical, blah, 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 beat up your children or whatever. No, not that. That's not the way to go. I'm saying, but they're just saying how physically imposing they can be. Kurt, have we entered the era where offense does win, where we hear all these coaches, the grinded-out coaches, you have to win with defense. If you don't play defense in this league, you're not going anywhere. And certainly D'Antoni's Suns got close, if not for that brawl and the ejections there. They might have gotten to an NBA Finals. We've seen some very high-powered offense. I mean, yes, the Warriors played great defense when they won their championships, but they were also moving toward more of that offensive game. So it's almost like the NFL discussion we have all the time. Can great defense beat great offense? We saw the crappy Baltimore win a Super Bowl, just by, Joe Flacco managing a game and their defense winning. We've seen a bunch of defensive Super Bowl teams, but it seems like we're swinging the other way right now. So let me ask you this, Kurt. First of all, congratulations. You're named coach of the 31st franchise. You can put it in Vegas, Seattle, Mexico City. I don't care. You're putting together a team and a franchise. Are you of the thought now that you damn well better be able to score? Or are you still old school, because we're both old, that you still feel that, hey, defense has to get it done ultimately? Tell me which way you think the league is trending and if you think it's real enough for playoff basketball.
First off, Seattle. I am taking my team to Mexico City for the street food. I'm all in down there. I'm good.
Just don't drink the water, but go ahead.
No, don't drink the water. But it's truly one of the great street food cities. And I love Mexico City, period. So hopefully Big O gets the Metallica tickets and I'll point him some directions down there. I think in the regular season, you are seeing teams do this, but I think you hit the nail on the head, which is that's all well and good. Look, you can have Matthew Stafford running the Rams offense, but when you get to the playoffs, you better have the big guy in the middle just blowing things up on defense like the Rams did. I think it's sort of the same in the NBA. I think you can win a lot of regular season games just on offense. And I think it is trending that way. Don't you? I mean, doesn't it? You offense matters more than defense now.
I mean, the Knicks scored 140 points last
16.
night. I know Detroit shorthanded. The Knicks get 140 last night. I mean, Kurt, I do this thing. I go to this NBA Courtside app. I'm sure you have it also, and I just see all the scores lined up every morning.
Yep.
And some of these numbers, we always talk about how it used to be there was double-digit games. The Heat-Knicks games were 92-89, and usually the losing team would be in double digits. Now you're seeing these explosive numbers where it's like, holy crap. You're scoring 118 and losing. I just can't recall that on a nightly consistent basis, some of the numbers that I'm seeing this season.
This season seems higher to me, and I would have to go back and look at the stats or something, or talk to somebody who knows them better than I do. But there is a sense of, and I think it's just two basic things. A, we're taking as many or more threes than ever because guys are more comfortable with it because you need the floor spacing. The other part of that is just pace is up, and not having take fouls matters. But as much as we've talked about defenses aren't as good and teams aren't as focused on it, it is harder to score in the half court against a set defense than it is running, and teams know it. Even if it's Tom Thibodeau, he wants to get some easy buckets in transition. He doesn't want to outside of Chris Paul, nobody wants to walk it up every time down the floor. So I think you get more of that now than you did previously, but it it does lead to these kind of just wild numbers, and it does feel like some sort of Doug Moe 80s team, doesn't it? Like, where you're
good name, Alex English out there, Kiki Vandeweghe out there. It does feel like that. Man of 1,005 holds chimes in. Offense wins in the regular season. Defense wins in the playoffs. Boston and Miami got far in the playoffs last year because of their defense. Chase chimes in. Has the NBA gotten better or the Heat gotten worse? So stylistically, and matter of fact, I'll sort of bring you into a local story here. Our hockey team, the Florida Panthers, had this unbelievable offensive team last season, and then they flamed out in the second round against the Tampa Bay Lightning. They came back this season. They said, we're going to get grinders. We're going to play more of a playoff style. And right now they stink, and they might not even make the playoffs. So let's talk about that balance, about maybe where the Celtics are right now, where the Heat are right now, where certain teams are trending. Does it carry over? Or is the tired old saw still true of defense wins in the playoffs? In other words, if Boston is going to win games 150, 120, and teams are going to play that way, might this finally be the time for that breakthrough? Are the Heat behind the curve because of that? Or is it still a matter of that playoff basketball is a different sport? Is playoff basketball the same sport as what we're seeing now? Or does the button on April 15th, whatever the start of the playoffs is, does it really just totally change? The switch is totally flipped.
I don't know that it totally flips. I don't know that it flips the way hockey does, because I don't think any sport, by the way, flips the way hockey gets. You talk about something that's just totally different in the playoffs, but it gets much more so because the game does slow down. If you're a good team, you take away those transition opportunities. You grind in on for 7 games on, okay, they want the outlet pass to go here. Let's take that away. Let's not give them this. And you get into more of that grinding half court. And I think defense does matter. I do think it is a matchup-based game. It is a playoff-based game in the playoffs, I should say. And I think that does favor the Heat. But there's a balance there of that's great. But if you draw Boston or Milwaukee in the first round, you're in a lot of trouble. Like your path gets so much harder. You've got to find a balance of being able to win enough in the regular season that you don't have to go through a gauntlet in the playoffs. And right now,
I want to interject something here. And I want to interject something here because of who the Heat play. Again, the Heat play the Celtics tonight at TD Garden, Friday at TD Garden. Boston almost can have the best of all worlds for this reason. The player they're missing right now might be their ultimate toughest player in Robert Williams. And Kurt, we saw this last season. When they finally moved Robert Williams into more of an active role, he became a leading man for them. His defense in the middle, we saw what it did against Bam Adebayo and the Heat, to be honest. He hasn't played yet this season. He's going to miss these 2 games. He's listed as out tonight. I'm sure he's out on Friday also. He's working his way back from the same knee pain that was an issue last season. So you have that issue also. So to me, the Celtics are the best of all worlds. Okay, let's work on our go crazy offense game right now. But we know eventually Robert Williams will come back. We'll downsize everyone. Al Horford will move back to the 4. Jason Tatum will move back to the 3. Derek White will be out of the starting lineup and his 3-pointers out of the starting lineup. And we'll go to plan B. So I want to ask you this question. Since you, Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk, have a national perspective, should the Celtics do that? In other words, you hear it from Heat fan and Dolphins fan and Panthers fans, don't mess with a good thing. Do you see any way if when Robert Williams comes back, they say, you know what? This style is working and we're cooking and we're on top of the East. And Robert, you're going to come off the bench and you're going to add a defensive guile to our second unit. Or do you think that Joe Mazzola, even though he's coach right now, knows, hey, what worked for Ime Udoka got them within 3 victories of an NBA championship. How do you see the Robert Williams thing playing out that we won't see against the Heat in these next 2 games?
No, he starts. I don't know if he starts day 1, but just as he works his way back, but he starts before the playoffs start, and he's back in that rotation because their defense was really good with him, in part because with him out there, they don't really have a guy to target. Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Marcus Smart, even Horford, everybody's good. Everybody's switchable. Suddenly it's all sorts of problems defensively with that starting 5, and White comes in and he's probably your weakest defender, and he's not terrible on that end.
Right. We actually had some defensive moments in last year's playoffs. Yes.
Yeah. So that depth gives them a lot of versatility in the playoffs in terms of matchups, in terms of, hey, we can put Jaylen Brown on him for a while, but if Jaylen gets a little tired, we've got Smart, we've got switch stuff around and then having him inside. So no, they will go back to Williams in the paint. They know that they ultimately need that, I think, to win. Look, they were, like you said, they were 2 games away. And if you watch the finals, I was traveling with the finals last year. Robert Williams made a huge difference for them, even against the Warriors. Like when you could slow the Warriors from getting into the paint, and they still are a team that likes to get into the paint and kick out. And Curry's a sneaky great finisher. Like when they could take some of that away, they were much more dangerous. But they just, his knee only let him play. I don't remember now off the top of my head, 20 minutes a game or whatever it was.
He was limited. There was still a knee pain. He was on the injury report every game. He missed some times during the playoffs. So, folks, basically, we're doing a reverso RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show. Typically, we preview games in the last segment. I think because Boston is so fascinating, we're taking it to the first segment. So, if you want to hit the scramble button on your podcast and you can listen to this third, our next 2 segments, first and second. What makes this series interesting also, we spoke about it on the Crosstalk, is Jimmy Butler, it looks like. And again, there are no givens because Jimmy Butler does what Jimmy Butler wants. The plan that I was told yesterday was Jimmy flies into Boston or gets here on Thursday, perhaps the Heat practice, plays in Friday's game, the second game of this set. So we're going to see game 1 without Jimmy, game 2 with Jimmy. And I got a feeling this is going to bleed over to our next segment because it's so important. Spoke to Big O about this on our Accurate Pembroke Pines report on Monday. The Heat are playing well. They're on a 3-game winning streak right now. Granted, 2 of them were built off the Washington Wizards, who could be both very good and very awful.
Not that bad, yeah.
I don't overstate that. The Atlanta Hawks, who could be as Jekyll and Hyde as any team in the league. Sometimes DeJounte Murray and Trae Young go off. Sometimes one does, sometimes the other does. Clint Capella missed that game. That certainly helped Bam Adebayo. Right now, we're seeing arguably the best 2-game stretch of Bam Adebayo's career based on what he's done. 38 points against the Wizards. I know his career high is 41, but still 38 on Friday. 32 against the Hawks in Sunday's game. So we have those 2 games. We're seeing Caleb Martin all of a sudden. You and I, gosh, we must have spent 5 RedRecover.coms talking about losing PJ Tucker and how they don't have an answer. Caleb Martin right now, when Kurt Heelan does his NBC Sports and ProBasketballTalk.com, stories about best value contracts, Caleb Martin at 3 years at $20 million might likely into there. He'd have to – sorry, I broke up there for a second. I apologize. Did the Heat have to have an adjustment to Jimmy Butler when he comes back in because he's still your team leader, or does Jimmy have to adjust to his Heat teammates?
I think they have to still adjust to Jimmy a little. I mean, you talked about it earlier. He's not heliocentric in the sense that like he comes in and everything has to shift and go around him. Like he is more complimentary than that. But I think you still have to adjust to him, especially late in games, because he is the guy on that team who can get to his spot and get his shot and get the pressure shots that you are going to need to beat Boston, right? Somebody is going to have to hit tough. Jimmy's going to have to work his way to the elbow and hit the fadeaway over Jaylen Brown. Like it's not, you're going to have to get to your spots. It's not going to be easy. They won't make it easy. And so I think you have to adjust to him. I think ultimately when Jimmy Butler brings it, and this is the kind of game where he's not looking at this like some Charlotte game in the regular season, right? Like he's going to come and bring it against Boston because they know what Boston is and who and that this is the path to the finals may very well return to going through Boston. I think you'll see a very focused, if Jimmy's coming back, if he plays, you're going to get 100% of him. You're going to get the full Jimmy Butler experience. And the rest of the team has to adjust to that because he's still your best player.
Well, and that's the thing is, again, you signed Jimmy Butler to that long-term 5-year extension, knowing it would take him to his 38th birthday, knowing Tibbs put all that wear on him, knowing, honestly, that 2020 playoffs, I know it was in the bubble, it was different, but all the extra minutes there by going against the Lakers within 2 games of a championship. He certainly had ample playoff wear last season as well. So sort of a question to me becomes this. Is Jimmy Butler missing time almost the expectation these days? He'll have wound up missing now effectively a third of the early season schedule. He's missed a quarter of the season 3 of the last 4 years as well. Kurt, just like we spoke about how the playoffs are different and the regular season is different, I'm wondering if that's what we're talking about, and it's a bigger topic. So I'm actually going to break right now on redrecover.com Inside the Paint. But when we come back, I want to get Kurt Helin's thoughts on this. Is it okay for Jimmy Butler to miss a quarter of the season? Is it okay what we're seeing around the NBA, that as much as Adam Silver does in reducing back-to-backs, eliminating 4 games in 5 nights, we're still seeing players take the night off? Is it okay what Steve Kerr did last week when he sat his entire team against the New Orleans Pelicans, produced a garbage basketball game, which in no way reflected the Golden State Warriors' name? So after this break on redrecover.com Inside the Paint, I want to get into with Kurt Helin. One, is Jimmy Butler taking advantage of this situation? Is the NBA taking advantage of the situation? And are today's NBA players just too damn soft? That's after these words on redrecover.com Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed. No. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Ooh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CS, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at Caneswear.com or InnerMiamiWear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin.
And we're back on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show. God, I think I know how to do that by now. We've only been doing this for about 4 months. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel here in Boston for the Heat's 2-game series against the Celtics. That's Kurt Helin from Pro Basketball Talk and NBCSports.com out in Los Angeles waiting for his second cup of coffee at the butt crack of dawn. Want to go back? If you missed our first segment, you can catch it on any of Big O Show's podcast outlets. We were talking about time off. We were talking about Jimmy Butler missing, I believe it's 8 games right now. Tonight will be the 9th, this time with knee pain. And we're talking about players and load management. So my question here to Kurt Helin is this. as Heat fans, those who are listening out there on the Big O Show, as NBA fans, I think all of us included, do we just accept that 81 is too many and that our leading men will take games off? And is that acceptable? Is that acceptable to accept that? You know, we remember the players that if they could get out there with every last breath they did. Is today's, okay, now I'm old man, get off my lawn. Are today's players just too soft?
I think it's just more information and technology and knowledge that this has become, talking about the Red Recover Inside the Paint show. Like, if you talk to people with the league, and Ira, you've heard this, I'm sure, from the Heat and everyone else, it's a recovery league. It is about getting ready for the next game. They don't practice as much. It's about physically finding a way to play. And I think this is just kind of how it is. Now, Jimmy's missed more time, but there are certain players, I think, at this point in their careers. Look, Kawhi Leonard was never going to play 82, right? Like, you can fret over this.
Kawhi, absolutely, yes.
Yeah, there's certain guys, and I think Jimmy's in this class where, look, he's going to miss 20 games minimum. And they're going to be recovery and rest and nights off and some knees and ankles or whatever. But I think there's a balance to be struck there. And first off, 82 is just too many. That's the bigger problem. But solving that is we don't have enough time to solve that problem.
Is it too many for you as a fan? In other words, even when I'm on the road, I go to my NBA app and I watch games almost all the time. I just find it fun. You know, some people have their Netflix, some people watch Prime, some people watch their series. I get all that. I like having a game on every night. Matter of fact, last night when I looked at the choice of games, yes, the Dallas game was compelling. I didn't care about the Knicks game. And honestly, I don't know. There's something about the Clippers being shorthanded against Portland did nothing for me.
Who was shorthanded? Yeah.
Yeah, I was almost like, I can kind of skip this. You know, I'll go watch the Panthers game. I kind of like having it. It's sort of like baseball. Baseball, to me, is the anthem of the summer. It's background noise. Turn the game on, go about my day. When the announcer shouts, turn my head toward the TV, see what's going on. I kind of like having a lot of games because to me, it's a buffet, and I can choose. But if you're going to play games, if you're going to charge me for my league pass, if you're going to charge fans to show up not knowing what product they get, are we at a point now it should almost be like Broadway plays? Ladies and gentlemen, Kawhi Leonard and Paul George will not be at today's performance. If you prefer a refund, please go to the box office. Shouldn't there almost be some quid pro quo from the fans, even maybe for the Jimmy Butler fans who were coming to Boston for tonight's game and don't get to see Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, no, I think that especially on the road, this is a real issue with, let's be honest, it's an issue with the stars in the league. If with all due respect to Caleb Martin, if Caleb Martin misses the game, nobody's trying to refund their tickets. It's not having Jimmy Butler, it's not having a Steph Curry or a Giannis has missed time but the flip side of this is I watched those games last night too, and I wrote about this morning. I'm like, Luka Doncic is taking on a massive load in terms of minutes, in terms of what he's got to carry, the usage, everything. And you're thinking the same thing. He's going to wear down. Like, you've got to get him some rest. You've got to get him some help. You've got to either get him some nights off or, I don't know, re-sign Jalen Brunson, but that's a whole different story. Like, you've got to do something though, right? To you can't just leave him out there. And I think that's the balance the league has got to strike. I think it's a whole different argument. I think that if you scaled it back to 60, 66 games, whatever per team, you'd still have a lot of games. It's football's ultimate power, right? Is scarcity.
Right.
Every college football game matters. Every NFL football game
because it's a weekly celebration. Because it's a once a week celebration. It's more than a game. It's the tailgate. It's the 6-hour pregame show on Fox and CBS. It's you make a day out of it. I get that. It's football day. Basketball doesn't have that. Even in the playoffs, they don't have that. I don't want to get too tangential, so I want to go back to our primary point here. Is Jimmy Butler doing the Heat dirty by taking off this amount of time because he can? Or is Jimmy Butler doing right by the Heat because we know he will give you every last breath come the playoffs?
See, I think he's doing right by the Heat because of that. I think that ultimately, I don't want to say games in November don't matter, but they don't matter as much as the ones in April and May. And that's when you need Jimmy to have not only energy left, and you can get him rest the second half of the season if you want to, it's the health. It's knees and ankles linger, groins, calf strains, those kind of things linger. There seems to be more of that this year, by the way. There just seems to be a lot more guys banged up, taking longer stretches of time to get right.
Mm-hmm.
But so it does water down the product. I mean, just to be honest, it's like I watch, like you, I am one of those League Pass addicts. I bounce around every night. I've got it on my app. I've got the app through my streaming TV where I'm watching games all the time. And there are nights you're like, oh man, I don't like who's left on Charlotte. There's who's left on some of these teams. I don't really want to watch a lot of this. Orlando isn't quite the same if Banchero isn't playing.
Right.
And so I don't know how I just don't know if lessening the number of games helps get a higher percentage of stars into those games. But I feel like even if we did that, Ira, you'd still get DNP rests. You would still have LeBron taking the night off sometimes.
Here's my issue, Kurt. And we've spoken about this on our previous shows, okay? And again, I want you to be candid here, okay? The Heat play Boston tonight in Boston. Who wins? Who do you think wins, Kurt?
Boston.
Okay. The Heat play Boston Friday here in Boston. Who do you think wins? Be honest.
Jimmy Butler's back, so I think it's closer, but I'm still going to say Boston just because I think they're the best team in basketball right now.
Out of you. You know what I'm doing here. Okay. Yeah. The Heat then get Saturday and Sunday off. They go to Memphis on Monday. The Heat play the Grizzlies on Monday. Who do you think is going to win? Who at least be favored in Memphis?
Memphis will be favorite.
Okay.
Memphis
so my
will be
point
favorite. They're
being
very good.
Is that the Heat are 10-11 and are facing 10-14. You and I have spoken on a RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show now since the start of the regular season. The East is competitive. Right now, the Heat are in 11th place in the East. They are not even in the play-in. They are not even a play-in road team right now. I know it's early. I know Boston was 16-19 on December 31st last season. They came back. They got to the NBA Finals. I get all of that. But my question is this. While in a typical season, Jimmy Butler would take a quarter of the season, 20 games off, this is not a typical season because this is not your typical Eastern Conference. Because right now, the Heat, even in November, are 7 games out of the first place seed they held at the end of last season. So my point to you, Kurt Helin, is this. I'm not so sure that the Heat can afford the Jimmy Butler pre-retirement plan of taking this many games off and still winding up in a competitive playoff spot. You don't want to be in the play-in because a player gets injured, you have 2 games over 3 days, you might be done. You just don't know. I don't think this is a year Jimmy can be, I'll put it this way, Kurt. I don't think Jimmy can be as liberal with his time off as in previous seasons. I don't think Kyle Lowry eventually can be so liberal. I don't think the Heat can manage that. It'll be interesting to me. Next Monday, as I mentioned, and we'll get to this in our last segment, the Heat are in Memphis. On Tuesday, it's the second night of a back-to-back against Detroit. That would be the absolute typical situation where you, Kurt Helin, as coach of the NBA's 31st team in Mexico City, congratulations, would tell that reference, by the way, if you watch our first segment on the podcast, you'll figure it out, would tell me, hey, Pistons second night of a back-to-back at home, sit everyone. They stink. Right now, with their injury situation, you'll beat them anyway. The Knicks put 140 burger on them. I get all that. What I'm saying is I don't think the Heat have the latitude to do that right now from where they are. So if Jimmy Butler were to go to you, Coach Helin of the Mexico Aztecas, and he was to tell you that, look, I feel pretty good right now, but I think in another week I would feel really good. My question is, as the 11th place Miami Heat at 10-11, can we really afford this?
I don't think you can afford as much of it. And part of the problem is, we talked briefly about the last game that nobody wanted to watch last night, which including myself, I turned it off. The Clippers and Trailblazers, and I came back and watched the end, but it was like both of those teams have been able to keep their head above water. The Clippers are like 13-9. Like if you're keeping your head above water, then we can have a conversation. Miami's not there. Like you said, they are the 11th seed. And I think Spo kind of said this, a week ago? He's like, and if somebody can give us 20 minutes, we got to have 20 minutes. Like, right. I think this team is reaching that point because it's not about getting the 1 seed back and catching the 1 or 2 seed. But you, as we were just saying, like if you start out as the 7 seed, now I got to go through the play-in. and then I'm going to get Boston. Like you've got to find a way. You've got to move up because the road, you're just making the road to get back to the finals. As good a playoff team as you are, you can't run that kind of gauntlet. You've got to find a way to not that there are a lot of soft spots, but like I'd much rather face Cleveland than I would Boston or Milwaukee.
No, and I agree. I've always preferred the glad to be here team. I don't want to lose track too much of our chat board, so I'm going to go there quick. We have breaking news. Big O did secure his Metallica tickets. I'm not going to tell you where he's going to see them, but I believe he will be enjoying some poutine or poutine if his cardiologist allows that, and I'll let people figure it out from there. Big O will be back top of the hour. I'm sure he'll tell you about his ticket buying experience there. There will be a Metallica concert in his future. I got so far behind on the chat board. I apologize. One thing, Man of 1005 Holds points out, he says, Jimmy taking time off has actually helped the Heat. Look at Caleb, and you get players who don't play often showcasing themselves more. Keep resting, Jimmy. Again, I think it's to what Kurt and I just said about that is, yes, I think it's nice that Bam gets his run. I think it's nice that Tyler Hero can come back in and get a triple-double when at least a few of those assists would have been Jimmy Butler's assists the other night in Atlanta. That you get a guy like a Drew Smith who gets some minutes, that you get Caleb who gets a little bit more experience in meaningful moments and defensive moments. But you also need to forge identity. You need to know who you are. Now, Kurt had a very good point in our first segment. The Celtics didn't forge identity until midseason. That's when they said to Dennis Schroeder, this isn't working. That's when they said to Robert Williams, you have to start. You're our best defensive deterrent. And they redefined themselves. So let me ask you this, Kurt. At what point in the season does Kurt Helin and Ira Winderman need to know who the Heat are? And is it still early in that respect?
We're 20 games in. I should have some sense of who they are. And I think that they might be, them or Atlanta, might be the most confusing team to me in the league, in part because of the injuries, because we just haven't seen them. We haven't seen them as a whole building good habits. And then we could say, well, I don't know how Caleb's going to hold up in the playoffs or whatever our questions might be.
Good point.
We just don't know yet. And I think that's, at some point, that's got to come sooner rather than later. They're not the only team doing that, but I think the other thing, you use it, I use it all the time. We all talk about Boston's turnaround last season. That's the exception. Teams kind of become, they are who they are. And by Christmas, you kind of know who teams are or aren't. And frankly, and sometimes by Thanksgiving, but certainly by Christmas, if you don't have a sense of who you are or what you do, it is really hard to turn it around. It's not impossible, but it's really hard to suddenly flip that switch and say, well, we're just going to do this or that without making what I don't think the Heat are going to do unless you know something I don't, which is some sort of major personnel move, which doesn't seem likely.
Point there, which I can touch on this segment also, but I want to get to the point of, and the Heat knowing who they are. This reminds me of 2 seasons ago. The Heat were coming off the bubble, lost 2 games within a championship against the Lakers, kept saying, we'll flip this switch when we need to, and kept saying it, and all of a sudden they were the number 6 seed. And all of a sudden they drew the Bucks in the first round. And all of a sudden Jimmy Butler said, I'm going to take it to another level in the playoffs. Don't worry about it. I'm going to get crazy good, whatever words he used. And then they were swept out of the playoffs by the Bucks. That at a certain point, that switch has to get flipped earlier than you think. You know, it's like the house burning around you and you're standing there in the middle of going, oh, we're fine. We'll be fine. Yeah. Don't worry about it. At a certain point, you're just not so fine. But you mentioned trade, and I want to get something here real quick. We'll discuss Bam Adebayo in our third segment in our reverso sort of edition of RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. We reviewed the upcoming schedule early. We'll talk about the Heat later. In this moment, you and I have been talking now for about, say, 2 months or so. What if the Heat can get Jay Crowder? How would Jay Crowder help the Heat? We know these things. Jay Crowder still hasn't been traded. The Phoenix Suns still could use help with their injury situation, even though they're back atop the West. They're still looking for something tangible, but eventually something might shake free. So I want to put you on the spot here, Kurt, from what you've seen from a distance, from what you know about Jay Crowder. Is the Jay Crowder acquisition still as essential for the Heat? Or with what we've seen from Caleb Martin and having the opportunity to grow into this role, is Jay Crowder a significant upgrade on Caleb Martin?
Ooh, and I see you threw the word significant in there, and that
sure, make it harder.
Morning. Yeah, I'm not sure it's super significant, but I think it matters more in the playoffs where he's just bigger. Like, I think Caleb's problem is he's just undersized. Jay Crowder is not only a little bit bigger, but also just plays bigger. He's one of those guys like PJ Tucker, who's 6'5", but I don't know what Crowder is off the top of my head. It's a little taller than that, I think, but he plays way bigger than that. And I think you'll need that, especially with some of the matchups, because Boston and Milwaukee and Cleveland are just large teams that are physically tough to match up with in the postseason. So I think ultimately they, with all due respect to how much like you said, I think Caleb's been great. He's been a value. I think he can be exploited a little in some matchups in the postseason. So I think ultimately, whether it's Crowder or some other move, something's got to happen.
But it's interesting because now we pause a little. Before it was, do what you have to. Should we give up a first-round pick? Should it be a protected pick? Should you give up a Max Strus? Should you give up an asset? Now it's dialed down a little, which always shows those guys know more than we do. And they do things for a reason, and I find it interesting. Okay, when we come back after the break on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint with Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin, I want to get into sort of the two Heat stories that sort of broke over the weekend in the game in Atlanta. Is Bam Adebayo great, and is he a lock for the All-Star game? And is this the true Bam Adebayo, 38 and 32 points? And can Tyler Hero be an asset for a team without scoring, without making his shots? Went 3 of 12 on Sunday, 0 for 8 on three-pointers, but had a game-defining triple-double against the Atlanta Hawks. Are we finally seeing Boy Wonder grow up in front of us into something a little bit more mature? We'll get to those two and other Heat elements after this brief break on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount. When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin.
And welcome back for our third and final segment of RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. If you've missed either of the first two, you can find it on any podcast outlet for the Big O Show, unless he's off watching Metallica somewhere north of the border. But he'll fill you in on all of that at the top of the hour. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel here in Boston, where the Heat are playing 2 games against the Celtics on Wednesday and Friday night. He's Kurt Helin waiting for coffee out in Los Angeles at 6-something in the morning from ProBasketballTalk.com and NBCSports.com. We spoke about this in our last segment, and I want to get into a couple of Heat names because they are the names of the hour. We spoke about Jimmy Butler being out, what that means. That's in our second segment. You can catch that on the podcast. Smash the like buttons. Bam Adebayo and what he's doing now. I think, Kurt, we both would say this about Bam. Defensive player, perennial defensive player of the year candidate. The kind of guy you want on your team because he facilitates on offense. He's not a ball stopper, but didn't have that offensive game that you always wondered, is this all there is? That on a 1 to 10 player, is he going to cap out at a 9 or a 9.5 and not be in that ultimate level when we were talking top 15 or 20 NBA players? Would he ever get there? Then he puts a 38 burger on the Wizards on Friday against Kristaps Porzingis and his length. Then he goes against in Atlanta in a road game with 32 and a victory. Should we start to expect that Bam Adebayo is going to be an offensive force, or Kurt, knowing what you know about the Miami Heat and their equal opportunity approach, are we just as likely against the Celtics to see a 14, a 16, a 22 in these next two games against Boston? Does Bam Adebayo have the game and have the package to be the type of offensive player consistently we've seen in the last two games?
I'm not sure that he does. Part of it, like you said, is that I think Miami just runs this egalitarian offense. If we're going to take what you give us, we're going to find the open guy. But I'm not sure he creates for himself the way you need to if you're going to score 25 to 30 a night, right? Like, right. I just don't know that he doesn't create. I mean, because you look at the guys putting up those kind of numbers, and it's Doncic and KD and Curry and on down the line. And I just don't think he's that kind of creator. Trae Young can do it. I just don't think I don't think he can do that kind of shot creation on a nightly basis, but I think he's capable of it for, like you said, for a game here, a couple of games there where they need him. What he brings is, like you said, Giannis Antetokounmpo put together his USA versus the world top 5 this week, where he listed the guys he would start for each side. He named Bam. Bam was in his 10. Like, he wants him there. Like, I think the other players recognize what he brings. I'm just not sure what he brings is that, like, if he scores 16, he can be so impactful still. So I don't know that it's the same thing.
Yeah, no, and I agree. And also, I was talking with someone from the Heat yesterday in practice here at where were we? At Emerson College. And we were talking about how what Bam does to score is hard. It's not dunks and layups and a lot of alley-oops. It's those mid-range floaters. Those are hard shots. That's hard to master. Those are hard to go in. I'm not so sure. I was trying to think. Matter of fact, I'm going to throw it in your court here, and I apologize on short notice. Can you recall a big man who shot mid-range jumpers and floaters and shot them to a high level of offense? That's hard offense. I couldn't recall anyone. I know there's Bob McAdoo, for example, that over the head shot he had. It was a little more distant. It was more of a jump shot. But that type of offense to create on a regular basis, those balls tend to roll around a little. Those balls don't always go in. I think that's a hard way to score. That's his game. He's mastering it, and I understand that. But I also think it's a harder way to do it as a dominant big man. That, yes, most often it's 2 feet in the paint, but it's 2 feet in the paint at the circle. It's 2 feet in the paint closer to the foul line. It's not 2 feet in the paint right at the basket like we're used to with our dominant scoring big men. So I don't know how sustainable that is. So I just think going forward, matter of fact, I'll put it this way. Do you think Bam will ever be, and he was close last season, the leading scorer of a championship contender or the second leading scorer in a championship contender? And I want to add a caveat to that. And do you think if he is, that he's good, that your team is good enough then to contend for a championship?
First off, the name that popped in my head when you said big men who could score, Tim Duncan was very good at it. But
those bank shots were not easy. I agree.
No, but look at who we're talking about. Bob McAdoo, Tim Duncan. We're talking about a Hall of Fame player. Yeah. I think he second best. Maybe. I think he can be, but I don't think I think it's almost going to be something where he's going to be very close to whoever's third. If let's say it's Tyler, and Tyler's doing a lot of that shot creation and a lot of that work, and then Bam is knocking down shots, and not just, like you said, not just at the rim, but 12-foot baseline fadeaways and some stuff from the elbow, and not just give me's at the rim. He's not just some sort of Rudy Gobert finisher, and that's all he can really do. He's got a lot more versatility, and I think that offers opportunity. But like you said, I think it hurts the consistency and the numbers. You're not going to get 30 plus a night from him. So I think you can. I think he can be there, but it would almost be part of a big three to make it really.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. And again, I don't want to lose the chat here, so I'm going to go back to the chat for a second, Kurt, and we'll stay on our theme of Bam and Tyler, but I want to let our listeners chat in here also. We like the participation. Two Extreme goes, Ira and Kurt, it's going to take more than 1 or 2 games for us to take Hero and Bam seriously that way. Just scrolled up on me. Otherwise, I see this as a fluke. Do you see what Bam, Kurt, real quick, I want to go through a bunch of these. Do you see what Bam and Tyler are doing now as the outliers or perhaps as the start of something bigger and better?
Closer to the second one. I agree. I get it. You've got to prove it. You've got to do it over a few games. But I don't think this is a fluke because they've both done it before. They are both capable of putting up numbers.
Greater Good goes, Tyler and Bam are our future. That's an interesting point. And I'm working on a Sunday column on that. Most teams will also look at their next gen and see what they have coming down the pipeline and building that way. The Heat have always been a live-in-the-moment team, willing to a degree, we've seen it with the draft, even sacrifice some of their future. But I want to just for a second pause at part one that Greater Good brings up. Are the Heat maybe better positioned than they have been? And we thought for a team that had very few draft choices that you have Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero, really good pick and roll combination. You have at least the international intrigue of a Nikola Jovic, and you have those mid-age players, 26, 27, 25, and a Caleb Martin, a Gabe Vincent, a Max Strus. Kurt, I know you do this and other outlets do this also. In the future rankings, are the Heat actually better positioned than your typical Miami Heat rosters?
It's a good question. Maybe. I think actually now that you mentioned it, yeah, they kind of are. Again, you're still going to need, I love Max, I love Gabe, I love Caleb. None of them are alpha number one option guys. You're still going to have to go find whoever Jimmy Butler is after Jimmy Butler. But you have the perks of being Miami. It's Miami, Chicago, New York, LA. Like, there's that many places you can recruit to the way you can recruit to Miami and go get that guy. So, but I think they are well positioned with, they've built up a core of guys they can trust, which not a lot of teams do well.
No, and I agree. Let's keep going down here to the chat because I like to get everyone involved. We have one that says, if Bam and Tyler can consistently play this way, you have a believer in me, but only 2 games isn't enough to say they've turned the corner and now are true game changers. I think Kurt and I both agree with that in the NBA, 2 games is hardly a sample size in an 81-game season. But Kurt, I will ask you this, because I know a lot of times you spoke about watching League Pass and seeing stuff. Don't you oftentimes see the start of something big? Isn't it possible to read in, hey, they found what works, now we just need to see it more consistently?
Oh, yeah. And getting the consistency is the hard part sometimes. But, yeah, that's kind of the fun part is flipping around and saying, hey, especially midseason, you're like, last year, you're like, Cade Cunningham's figuring this out, man. Cade Cunningham, like, you're like, and suddenly you look at Detroit, and they've obviously been horrible and banged up this year. And I don't know if we're going to see Cade again this season because of his shin. But you look at teams like that and you think, wow, Orlando's kind of that way now. You look at Banchero and you're suddenly Bol Bol's playing and you're like, Jalen Suggs isn't a waste of a draft pick. And suddenly you're like, you know what? Maybe. I love that part of it. I love seeing teams that maybe, and I think you start to see stuff when you watch a lot of games where you're like, that's really interesting. Can they sustain that is always the hard part.
Yeah, no, and I agree with that. And then Greater Good goes, I don't want to hurt our future with Bam and Hero because Larry decided to be lazy, keep our young guys together. Okay, Tyler Hero signed the extension basically because of a poison pill is not tradable this season. But you know the Heat, you know trade rumors. That's what pro basketball talk is built on. We get to the offseason. Kevin Durant comes available again. I know Heat Nation, he ruined one of our summers already. Would you be less inclined this time around with Kevin Durant's increasing age, even though, oh my God, he was awesome the other night in his 45-point game? Would you no longer consider trading Tyler Hero for Kevin Durant when Tyler becomes tradable again, or are we overstating?
I think you're overstating it. He's still Kevin Durant. I mean, again, you're talking this about a win now team. If you get Kevin Durant and you can get a healthy Jimmy Butler with Bam Adebayo, suddenly that team looks really good on paper. Yeah, Kevin Durant, I mean, you said it too. Like, you've watched him. People on the chat board have watched him. Kevin Durant is playing like an MVP again. Like he's
playing
really
like he's 25.
Good.
I mean,
yeah, it's ridiculous.
I don't see. It's sort of like LeBron. I don't see the finish line there. I know he missed the full season. I know he missed time with injury. I would say this with Kevin Durant. If I'm thinking about trading for him down the road, if it goes to crap in Brooklyn, if Kyrie leaves as a free agent, however it plays out, I want to see how healthy he is the rest of the season. And if Kevin Durant is great like he was the other night with this 45-point game, but also misses 20 games and maybe a playoff game, then I might be a little bit more careful. So I want to see his injury situation. We'll move on here in the chat board from Alfredo, who goes, Bam is a generational talent and will get better than Zoe. I knew this from when they drafted him. That's a reasonable comparison. I think he might have more of an offensive package than Zoe. So as a Hall of Famer, he was a Hall of Famer defender. Do you build a team around a Bam Adebayo for all he is? Is he the guy you say, hey, this is our linchpin, this is the set piece, you have to compliment Bam? I'm curious about your take on that, Kurt Helin.
No, I think he's a number 2. I still think and it's not that he's not a critical piece, but he's not your number 1 top 15, top 10 type player. I mean, he is critical on defense. He does a lot of things, but he is not the cornerstone kind of guy.
No, and I agree with that also. There's a question here, greater good goes with Kyle Lowry, the expectations of what he expected him to be. Look, Kurt and I have had this discussion on the show before in RedRecover.com Inside the Paint, whether he's even a top 50% point guard in the NBA right now, I'm not sure. Kurt, do you have a concern when you see Kyle playing this well that the Heat are counting on him too much? Because there is a remarkable stat out there. Kyle Lowry's number 2 in the NBA in minutes played to Kevin Durant. On one hand, that is highly admirable. Kurt, isn't that also concerning?
Yes. I mean, partially it's how much Spo has had to lean on him this year, right? Like, if for all our questions about him, they've had to lean on him this year because of all the other injuries. He's the one. Is it still true? I think you used the stat last week. He's the one guy who started every game. I believe that's still.
He's been here throughout. Yeah. Once Max missed a game, he's the only Heat player who's played every game, let alone start every game.
Yeah, that's. You don't want to have to do that to a guy at his age with his injury history, but the fact that he's doing it is pretty impressive. That said, yeah, I mean, I think you and I are on the same page here. That's not the ideal situation. Talk about the guy you would like to get some nights off, but you can't right now.
And are going to have to, but until Gabe Vincent gets back from his knee issue, you're talking about a two-way player when Drew Smith is your only other point guard. It's really interesting. There are times this season I thought the Heat point guard roster was mismatched because they didn't have enough bigs. With Yurtseven out with his ankle injury, Jovic right now dealing with the foot. Dwayne Dedmon has that plantar fasciitis, which we know can linger an entire season or even longer. Then there are times I look at the roster and I say they don't have enough point guards, because if you want to give Kyle Lowry time off and Gabe Vincent's not healthy, there's not really a plan B or plan C other than Drew Smith. And this comes back to two things. Not wanting to go in the tax because you can make as much as $10 or $17 million payback from the league, to carrying Udonis Haslem on one of your roster spots, therefore not having that. Don't want to dwell on that too much. Big O's been over all of that. Going on the chat board here, Too Extreme I think has a reasonable point. I don't even think this is debatable. Bam is not a generational player. Giannis is a generational player. Embiid is a generational player. I think without taking away anything or denigrating Bam Adebayo, I think, Kurt Helin, we could all be on the same page that Giannis and Joel Embiid are better, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. No, again, I love Bam, but he's not that level of guy.
No, and I agree with that also. Okay, I wanted to get to the chat board there because invariably I forget, and there's a bunch of people that get angry to me after the show. But I want to finish up real quick. We have about 3 minutes left. Tyler Hero the other day is 3 of 12 from the field, 0 for 8 from the three-point line. And if I just gave you those statistics, you go, man, he sucked. But you look at the entire line, he also had 11 rebounds and 10 assists. He worked great in the pick and roll. They won the game with him on the floor. I talked to a scout the other day. He was asking me about some Heat players, and we were talking about players. We have a thing we call with certain players when we do our scouting reports together, empty calories. The guys get all kinds of stats, and their teams don't win. I used to call them Jordan Crawford calories. Remember Jordan Crawford would get called up to the NBA. He'd have a 38-point game, and then he'd get cut. And you go like, wait a minute, the guy can score, and you realize there's more. Are we starting to see Tyler Hero go from empty calories to something more tangible, or is he still better in that sixth-man realm? Did the Atlanta triple-double, his first of his career, didn't have one in college and the season at University of Kentucky either, did that open eyes, or do we need to see a little bit more before we talk about Tyler Hero, something we haven't very much to this point as a complete player?
I still need to see more, but that's a promising sign, isn't it? Like it is that he is growing into that contract and growing into that role, but he's going to have to do that a lot more. And by the way, till he steps off the NBA court for the last time and hangs up the sneaker, his greatest value still is shooting. Like right. Yeah, he needs to do all those other things, and it's great, but he can't have a lot of 3 for 12 nights. That's not what's paying the bills.
Yeah, no, they need the offense. Maybe when Jimmy comes back, it's different. Again, I don't know if he could have gotten that triple-double if Jimmy was there, because they would have been running the offense through different places also. Okay, I try to get to this. I know it's getting late. We already talked about the 2 Boston games. They're going to be the ultimate challenges. The Celtics are playing great. The one thing we know, when you play these consecutive games, the split tends to be the way it plays out. It's just a little different feel of games. This will be the 4th one, I believe, the Heat play this season. They split with Toronto at home. They swept Charlotte at home. They swept Washington at home. So I guess the home court matters from Boston to TD Garden on Wednesday and Friday has those advantage. Okay, I'm going to be nice. I'm going to give the Heat Saturday and Sunday off. Going to watch me some football. Be interesting to see what happens in that Big Ten championship game. Doesn't seem fair that you have to win or you're eliminated. Another story for another day. Heat'll take Sunday off. We'll see what happens with the Dolphins out on the West Coast against the Niners. Then Monday, the Heat come back and play Memphis Grizzlies. We don't know if Desmond Bane's going to be back. John Morant's been a little bit in and out. Heat Grizzlies, your thoughts on that Monday night in Memphis, FedEx Forum?
If Ja plays, that's a really, first off, watch the game, because I don't think there's a more entertaining player in the league than Ja. Ja's just so much fun to watch. But if he's not there, they're eminently beatable. They are not playing the same way without him this year. With him, though, they're good.
Yeah. And second night of the back-to-back on Tuesday, are the last game before we come back for RedRecover.com Inside the Paint next Wednesday. So I guess I'll have to late night and early morning like you also next Wednesday. Playing Detroit, looks like Cade Cunningham still will be out. We don't know for sure. The Knicks obliterated them last night. Jaden Ivey has gotten a lot of respect from scouts around the league as an emerging player. They made some offseason moves, the Nerlens Noel deal with the Knicks and giving up picks I still can't figure out. I'm gonna ask you this in a little different way before we end our show this week. Is that a night you think the Heat sit players, and especially if they get one of these next 2 on the road? Second night back to back.
Maybe 1 or 2. I mean, again, you know internally who's tired, who's not, who needs the night off. But those in the East right now, that's the game you cannot lose. You can't pack it in so much. You won't see Cade. Cade, I hate to say this, I fear we're not going to see him all season. But they've still got Bogdanovich. They've still got some guys, man. Like you've still got Ivy. Like you said, Ivy's been playing well. I don't know if Isaiah Stewart will be back or not, but they've got enough guys. You've got to make sure you win that game. Those are the games you can't afford to give away.
So maybe the next time we see Cade, it'll be alongside Victor Wembanyama, but we'll wait for that for another day. As usual, I ran late, but as usual, it's too damn compelling on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. So, Kurt, we'll give you a couple of minutes leeway to show up late for next week's show. Until then, he's Kurt Heelan. I'm Ira Winderman. This is RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. We will see you again Wednesday next week at 9 a.m. But right now, the Big O Metallica show rolls on.
You've been listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. The RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button. viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Alrighty. It's a beautiful Wednesday. All right, we're back, and we are ready to rock and roll. And we are ready to really rock and roll because any of our listeners out in Montreal, huh? When we have Poupart on, I got to get some tips on Montreal. Never been to Montreal before. We'll be going to Montreal on August 11th through the 13th. So I would imagine that we're going to pop in on the 10th, probably leave the 14th. So it's probably one of those type of deals. And there you go. So Man of 1,005 Holds says trade for Huberdeau. Their problems are much deeper than Huberdeau. I'll get into that too. Just give me a few minutes. We got Ian Rappaport coming up here at 10:10. So I don't have a ton of time here to get into a whole bunch of subjects here and some that you might want to delve into a little bit more. But going to see Metallica, Pantera, and Mammoth on August 11th and the 13th in Montreal. And we get to go to the Olympic Stadium where the Expos played, actually. How about that? So when we have Poupart on again, we'll talk to him about Expos or what's it called, whatever, Expo Stadium. What did I just call it now? Whatever. Anyway, so that stadium there, yes,
Olympic Stadium.
Olympic Stadium. That's it. So we'll get to go to that and see that old relic and check it out. So. Looking forward to it. Montreal, wow, nice, Big O. Have to work on your French. All right, I will. I'll work on some French. I have no idea. I mean, what are we doing? I have no idea. But I might be doing shows from Montreal. That would probably be the deal there. While I'm up there, I'm probably going to be doing some shows from Montreal. So now we will find out in the 11 o'clock hour, okay? Next hour, we get into the Mexico City. And we're trying to go to the Mexico City September 27th and the 29th, okay? And, yeah, that'll be during a football season, but, sacrifices must be made. And if I have to do a pre- and post-game show on the road in Mexico City, then so be it. I'll do it, but I'm not missing out on my other passion in life, which is music. And I love Metallica and I love Greta Van Fleet. And so I get to see Greta Van Fleet and Mammoth open up for Metallica in Mexico City. So now I get to see Metallica in the United States in several places. Where we went to Atlanta last year to see Cage the Elephant, Greta Van Fleet, and Metallica, which was a hell of a concert over at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, right? Is that what it's called, where the Falcons play and the United play? And obviously I've seen them here all over the place. And now I'll get to see them in Montreal and in Mexico City. Didn't I tell you that I it's a bucket list thing for me to go to a metal or rock concert in Central or South America? Well, I get my wish. Hopefully. We'll see. I don't know if I'll get the tickets or not. We'll find out in the 11 o'clock hour. You'll notice how much happier I am in the 11 o'clock hour if I end up with the Metallica tickets. And by the way, this tour is so cool because you will not hear the same song the two nights. It's two completely different sets. So this is awesome because I just saw a set from 1983 and 84 only. And that was fantastic to just see, Kill 'Em All and Ride the Lightning. That was just as we've talked before, Ride the Lightning is my favorite Metallica album. And so that's actually pretty cool. So going to be fun to go see Metallica in Montreal and then in Mexico City, man. That's going to be good. So our listeners in Montreal, our listeners in Mexico City, we need your help. We need you to help us. And by the way, we also need you to help us to get to, what's it called? 20,000 subscribers. Okay. So spread the word, tell the folks. Fins Nation UK fan club just tweeted out, listened a lot of Big O and Big O radio show in 22 over 10,882 minutes or 181 hours. Wow. 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 Gotta send them a thank you very much on that. Holy moly. That's it's amazing there. Thank you, UK fan club. I can't wait. I cannot wait to do a show one day in England, in a bar somewhere, in a pub somewhere, and surrounded by English Dolphin fans. You know, that's just going to be that's bucket list. Just like hopefully in the 11 o'clock hour, we will have Metallica tickets in Mexico. Well, bucket list is to do a live show somewhere in England, in an English pub somewhere with a ton of Dolphin fans out there. That's what we've got to do. Got to team up with the Fins Nation UK, which we got right back, right there. That's the sticker right there. Fins UK Nation. The only thing is the cut. There it is. There you go. Fins UK Nation, baby. We are strong with Fins UK Nation. All right, let's do it. It's time to go around the NFL with the one and only Ian Rappaport.
Football fans, it's time to take a look around the NFL. It's the RedRecover.com Look Around the NFL with Ian Rappaport. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about Red Light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Now, let's find out the latest in the NFL with one of the best reporters in the business, Ian Rappaport.
Alrighty. How
What's
you
up?
doing, Mom? How you feeling? You feeling good?
I'm good. How are you? Big week coming. Big week.
Yeah, no, it's I mean, my morning's already started fantastic. We got floor seats for Metallica in Montreal in August.
Oh man.
Are you a Metallica guy?
Good.
Are you a Metallica guy?
They were not my favorite band, but several other bands in that sort of genre I was into. Motley Crue, Poison, those kinds of guys. So I appreciate going. I went to a different, but I went to a Smashing Pumpkins concert recently. So love a good concert.
Love Smashing Pumpkins. I've seen them several times. I actually did a Q&A with Billy over here in Fort Lauderdale. He in a smaller place where it was only 150 of us, and we got to do like a Q&A with him. And then at the end, he gave us a signed poster and all that. And I was able to go with my daughter, who's a monster Smashing Pumpkins fan. She loves it. So it was actually cool. But Metallica is doing something where they play. You buy tickets for 2 nights, and both nights are 2 completely different sets.
Oh,
so
that's cool.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's really cool. And then on top of that, you see different opening acts too. 2 different opening acts every night. So that's another thing that's
fun.
actually
That'll be great.
Yeah. So I'm going for tickets, Metallica in Mexico City for 2024, but that'll be in the 11 a.m. hour when we go from. So if you hear a loud scream from South Florida, I got the floor seat.
Got it.
I got the floor seats in Mexico City. All right, so you gave all of the Dolphin Nation a bit of a sigh. They were able to exhale a little bit because We have now figured out there are 3 irreplaceable people on the Miami Dolphins: Mike McDaniel, Tua Tagovailoa, and Teron Armstead.
Yep.
Okay? They've gotten by without Byron Jones. They've gotten by without Brandon Jones. They've gotten by without Nick Needham, 3 of their top corners. And X has actually played with not 1, but 2 growing injuries throughout the year. So that entire secondary outside of the free safety has been injury riddled. And now, but they've gotten by with it. I think Boyer's done an excellent job with all those injuries. But the Teron Armstead one is a domino that affects everything. So you said it was a strain. What more have you been able to unearth? What can we expect? Do we know what kind of a timetable at all?
Grade 2 strain is what we were told. So not a full tear, but a partial tear, which is basically what a strain is. Yeah, I mean, he's pretty important. And I think for Teron Armstead, when you sign someone like this to a lot of money, you get a couple things. You get a great player, you get a really, 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 really good person for those who know him. He's an awesome dude. And you get someone who's been banged up. So that's the bad side. He's been banged up for most of his career. He is always playing through injuries, but he always plays through injuries. So that's kind of the other side of it. So this is what you get. It's never going to be perfect, but he is a rock star of a person who will always try to be on the field. So I think he's going to miss some time. I don't think it's going to be a lot of time. And I think for the stretch run and the playoffs, probably late December, this is a guy who will be out there. So I do expect him back. Could have been a lot worse. Really overall pretty decent outcome for the Dolphins.
So you think he'll miss – it seems like he's going to miss this 3-game stretch here is what you're saying.
I mean, I don't know that for sure. But generally, if you have a strain and you have to rehab it, which you probably will have to do, you miss a couple weeks and then you eventually come back. So, I don't know about this specifically, but generally these are like, a 3 to 4 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, something like that.
What do you know about Byron Jones, bro? What the hell do you know about Byron Jones? Because that, from what I've been hearing is he's had all kinds of setbacks. And, it just seems like he's doing business with the Dolphins and kind of getting prepared for the offseason because I'm sure the Dolphins are going to cut him when it's all said and done. This is the window for them to cut him this offseason. He and his agent probably know it. But what the hell is going on with Byron Jones? Because this was something that he was supposed to play at the beginning of the year, and yet I've heard there's been all kinds of different setbacks, and that's why he hasn't been able to take the field.
First of all, from what I understand, he wants to play, is trying to play, would love to be cleared, and if he's cleared, would play. So I don't think this is something where he and his agent are kind of playing out the string, because I don't think it does him any good, honestly. The only way to increase his value is to literally play. And, if he didn't play at all if he does not play at all this year, then the Dolphins probably do cut him. And then what's his market going to be? He's already made a lot of money. I don't think he's going to cash in big time this offseason after missing the entire year. So I don't think it's a money play. I just think rehab is hard, and come back from an injury is hard, and you have setbacks. And, after every surgery, it's always like, oh, another successful surgery. Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes they are not successful. So I just know he wants to be back, and there's been a lot of different hurdles along the way.
All right. So you tell me, what kind of relationship do these guys have?
I woke up like at 3, like when I went to sleep. So I was thinking about when you randomly hit me up that you're YouTubing me. Yeah. And so then I YouTubed you and saw this Trent Dilfer thing showing all.
Really? It's going to get stuck now.
We'll never know. We will never know.
I mean, this is ridiculous. How does it get
stolen from you? And bro, your technique was trash. You know what I mean? Thank God for Bev. What are you talking about? No rhythm, no timing? It was cool though, because you could see little elements of like your swag. You were stressed out. Woo! I woke up.
There you go.
3.
Anyway, So I mean, it's just it's pretty cool to see the relationship, because that tells you it's not just a regular coach-player relationship. It's one where the borders have been torn down and the honesty can be exchanged, and the acceptance of all of that. You're using it as a positive, and too smart enough to use it as a positive and not an insult.
Well, right. And, this is the only way it should work, right? Is like, if you it's like being in a marriage, it's like, if you are afraid of offending your husband or wife, then you have some issues, because really, you live with each other. You're there every second of the day. If you're really like, oh, I want to say this because it's the truth, but he or she's going to be upset, like, it's kind of a bad place to be. Same thing with coaching quarterback. Like, you have to be able to say, like, hey, this was a bad read and you made this because you didn't do this, or your techniques got a little bad and you need to improve this. Like, there's things that you have to be able to say. And one of the reasons, well, I think there's a lot of reasons that Mike is a good coach and going to be a good coach. And one of the reasons is he just says what he thinks. And he says it in kind of a easy, relaxed, matter-of-fact way where it's hard to really get upset. Like, even if they didn't have a good relationship, like, how could Tua have been upset with that interaction? It was kind of funny. It was lighthearted. Right. He's not saying that he's bad now, but he's saying that then he was kind of trash. Mike just has a knack for saying what he thinks and being able to deliver that news. And it's a really cool affect for a coach.
And by the way, so fans can listen here, and there's a lot of experience between you and me in locker rooms with people. I'm sure there's well over I'm completing my 33rd year. What year is it for you now?
At the NFL Network, this is my 11th, I believe.
No, overall in the biz.
Oh, geez. I started covering the NFL in 2009.
Okay. So
I started covering Alabama. I started covering Mississippi State in 2004. How many years is that? 18? It's a lot of years.
All right. So you'll confirm this with me. 99% of the players, because you always have the 1% that are flakes and, whatever. That's life. That's, but 99% of the players want brutal honesty. They want to know what pisses off players more than anything else is the coach that tells them one thing, does another.
Or just like, they just want to know, like, where do I stand? I think it's of all the things with players, like, I've never had a player upset at being benched if he knows, like, hey, look, here are you and this other person doing the same exact thing. He's better than you here. Here's why he's playing and you're not. Like, what are you going to do? It's on. Football has no secrets. It's all on tape. Anyway, go ahead.
Right.
Sorry.
No, you're 1,000%. I want you to elaborate on it because it's something that people sometimes don't realize. They think that, most coaches have to pussyfoot around, and that's just not the case. Most coaches will tell the players, and most players want to hear exactly what is wrong. What did I do wrong? What did I do right? All those kind of things. And I think that's incredibly important. The inconsistent coaches are the ones that end up driving people absolutely crazy. All right, so we went over the Armstead injury and all of that. And I got to tell you something, Ian. Life is good here, not just because I got Metallica tickets and maybe another pair coming up, but they got flexed now. So the Chargers game went from 4:05 to 8:20 now. So the Sunday night game, which is a pain in the ass for me because I got to do post game, but that's all right. It's, you got to take the bad with the good. But we haven't been a lot of sexy here. There was some sexiness with Jason Taylor and Zach Thomas and Sam Madison and Pat Surtain and all that. There's a little sexiness with Ricky Williams and all that. But all of a sudden now, the Dolphins are extremely sexy, right? I mean, that's really what's become now because they've got the quarterback, something they haven't had since Marino. That passing game is what people want to see on television right now.
Well, yeah, and the decisions to make something prime time is not always a linear decision. A lot of times it takes into account a lot of things. This one to me is easy. This will be fun to watch. Like, there's a lot of factors that go into it, and it's two quarterbacks bang bang right after each other. That decision was interesting. The career arc has been interesting with Justin Herbert, an immediate star, and Tua was at the scrap heap, and then now he's clearly a star. And there's a lot there. But just from it's going to be awesome to watch standpoint, like, I'm pretty happy they did this because I love watching the Chargers anyway. Really like watching the Dolphins, especially lately. It could be a high-scoring game. It could be a game where both teams try to run the ball to keep the other quarterback off the field. It could be one where it's a low-scoring game, but every pass at the end is really important. Like, I don't know how it's going to sort of pan out, but I know it's going to be fun to watch. And I was just, like, very selfishly, I was very happy to see that decision.
Oh, so were we, by the way. We're also very happy to see that decision because it's nice to put them on prime time, and I think the players, it adds a little oomph to that game.
Right.
And by the way, the sexiness doesn't end, right? Because there's a TBD for the Buffalo game, and if the Jets keep running into backup quarterbacks, then they'll keep padding that schedule, and maybe the last week of the season's also TBD. So the Dolphins could be also on a couple of other primetime opportunities, right?
Which, like, I don't know what's going to happen with the MVP race. I'm sure it'll be Mahomes. I mean, that's probably what everyone's talking about.
Yeah.
But if Tua's really going to make a run at this thing, being on primetime, like, actually helps. Remember, these are, writers. These are people, experts. These are 50 of them, I believe, with the AP. And they're human beings, so they are impressed by things that they see. If they're on a lot and Tua does good things on national TV, like, I would say that really matters.
I'm with you. And by the way, I want to thank the Denver Broncos on behalf of the entire Dolphin Nation for their decision to sign Russell Wilson because it's been an outright disaster. And I'm sure that the Chiefs are a little pissed off because they got knocked out of a primetime game because of their opponents overall.
They're on primetime all the time, but yeah.
I know. I'm just having some fun, but this is what's going to lead me to, brother, how bad is it in Denver? We're watching, Purcell, I think it was a defensive player, like, scream into Russell Wilson's face.
I saw that.
Nathaniel Hackett, is he going to survive this? Is this a Cam Cameron situation all over again, a 1 year and one and done? What the hell is going on in Denver? Because it's not getting pretty for Russell Wilson with this contract.
They're really bad. They are really bad. They're a bad football team. And it sucks, too, because, I like Nathaniel Hackett a lot. I think he's a really good offensive coordinator. The Packers miss him, too. So if he ended up getting fired and going back, like, that would make some sense. It just sucks. And I think everyone made the decision they felt was best, and nothing has worked. So sometimes that happens, unfortunately. Do the right things, everything's bad. I don't know what's going to happen there, but I know they'll evaluate at the end of the season. And, they've been really hard to watch because there's not a lot of teams. Like, there's some teams with bad records, but there's not a lot of teams that look bad all the time. And the Broncos look bad all the time. Russell Wilson looks like just a below average quarterback, and I don't understand how. Seriously cannot believe it. But yeah, it's pretty incredible.
What do they do with Russell Wilson? Like,
you get it. If you're going to make a coaching change, you get a coach that will fix him or that will utilize his strengths. Or, I mean, he's been a good quarterback. He still has skills. So if that's the case, if he still could throw like he did, maybe he's willing to run a little more. I don't know, but you can fix him. You just have to hire the right coach to do it, and we'll see who that ends up being.
Well, if Nathaniel Hackett gets fired and goes back to Green Bay, will he be even coaching Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, I mean, I see almost no way that Aaron Rodgers doesn't come back next year. Like, he's under contract. It's a massive cap hit. My understanding was it was like a 2 to 3 year commitment he gave to them when they gave him that huge contract. So I don't see a scenario where he doesn't come back and be quarterback of the Packers.
Does Tom Brady come back?
Well, that I was always told that, Brady was expected to retire at the end of this year. I'm not sure if his personal family situation has affected that, but it's been kind of an up and down season. It's been a tumultuous season personally, obviously. I'll stick by what I said earlier, which is that the expectation is this is his final season.
Yeah, I just wonder with the divorce now and, his other love is football. You just wonder if, he's probably going to try to give it another go for one more year since he doesn't have the other commitment, overall. So it's just it's kind of interesting. All right, what's going to happen with Odell? Because looks like Jerry is still gun ho about signing the airplane violator.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened on that airplane. That was a pretty weird story, honestly. It was either a guy trying to sleep and everybody bothering him, or someone who wouldn't put his seatbelt on, or he tried to put his seatbelt
part
on.
Right there, that's the part I have the problem. I don't know what else happened with all of this. Put your seatbelt on, bro. Come on, let's go.
I mean, the way he says it, he said, "I'll put my seatbelt on." They say it's too late. We're taking you back to the gate. Like, I wasn't there. The story's weird. I don't know. They described him being in and out of consciousness. That's also described as sleeping. So I don't know what that was, honestly. But anyway,
in my book, he has zero credibility. So that's the problem with Odell Beckham. If you had any credibility, then maybe I could believe you. But that's.
I don't know that he has no credibility. I mean, he's been a free agent. But anyway, it doesn't matter. So he's got the Giants. He's got the Giants on Thursday, Friday. Then, according to Von Miller, he's got the Bills, and he's got the Cowboys next week. And then we'll see. It's going to be fascinating. We've spent a lot of time talking about it. It's been kind of fun. It's been a great random free agent to have during the season. I'm looking forward to seeing when and where he signs.
Just off the beaten path, Trent Dilfer to UAB?
Saw that. I think he's a really good coach. I don't know if he'll be a good college coach, but he's a good high school coach. He's a really smart football man. It's kind of an out-of-the-box hire, but interesting. And at least, unlike the Jeff Saturday thing, at least he has a pedigree where you're like, this guy has been a good coach on a significant level. Like, maybe it works.
He has a passion for young kids, obviously. So maybe this is something for him, and this is the kind of level you want to start off at. You don't want to be put in Auburn or somewhere like that. UAB, that's kind of like the kind of level you want to get in if you're a Trent Dilfer. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, me too.
All right, what do you got going on in the NFL Network this week, my man?
Back at a regular week, no vacations, all Sunday morning, lots of good games. So we still got some things to figure out, so we'll see.
All right. Follow him on Twitter at Rap Sheet and catch his work there at the NFL Network. Ian, as always, my friend, thank you. We will catch up next week.
I look forward to it, man. Take care.
Thank you, sir. There you go. Ian Rappaport. That is our Red Recover look around the NFL. We tell you about Red Recover all the time. Stop living with pain. Stop dealing with pain. If you're dealing with soreness from an old injury, an old surgery, and you just grind away every day and you think there's no way out and you're taking all kinds of drugs, man, let's go natural. Let's go red light therapy. And this has been around for a while, and redrecover.com has really mastered it with all kinds of wraps on all parts of your body. Doesn't matter if it's a shoulder, an elbow, back, neck, you name it. Knees, ankles, the bottom of your feet if you stand a lot, all these kind of things. They're great to optimize for your workouts before and after your workouts. It's fantastic if you've got an old injury or an old surgery and you've got some pain and discomfort. It will help you throughout the day. 15 minutes, that's all it takes. Helps you grow your hair too. We've got the hat. I mean, all kinds of things. Go to redrecover.com. Use our code Big O. You will get 10% off. The wraps are already incredibly affordable, but then you get 10% off on top of all of that by using our code Big O. When you go to the website, redrecover.com, I want you to also check out some of the video blogs. Hayden Hurst, by the way, tight end for the Bengals. He uses Red Recover all the time before and after his workouts. My wife uses it for her feet, for her shoulder. I use it for my right shoulder, and my right shoulder feels a hell of a lot better now that I use it every day for 15 minutes. I'm telling you, Sean uses it for one of his knees. It's just bone on bone. And it's not going to alleviate bone on bone because nothing alleviates bone on bone, but it alleviates the soreness. And it gets the blood flow going in that area. So that way, for Sean, that knee doesn't bother him nearly as much. And that in itself is relief. That's what you're looking for, relief. You're looking to maximize your day. your workouts, go to redrecover.com and use our code BIG-O. I promise you it will make a difference.
You've been listening to the redrecover.com look around the NFL with Ian Rappaport from the NFL Network. Redrecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to redrecover.com to learn more about Red Light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O for 10% off. The redrecover.com look around the NFL with Ian Rappaport is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley.
All right. We thank Ian Rappaport. Thank you, man of 1,005 holds, for the love on the super chat. Jose Lucas says Tua going to lay smackdown on Herbert on prime time. Thank you, Jose, for the love on the super chat. I just love how all of that has completely changed. Chase says Byron Jones hasn't spoken about or tweeted about the team a single time. At the very least, he could say something about it. Brother, he's not even around the building all the time. Okay. And as I've told you, because apparently my source is pretty on target. Something that I never used as a source, but looks like pretty well connected, that he's not in the building all the time, that he's had all kinds of, different setbacks and all that kind of stuff. And he's very particular about he's got to be, right in order to come back. And he's not going to come back at an 85, 90% clip. Nope. He needs to be 100%. So I don't know what's going to happen. And Ian is right. And I've been saying it myself. He's got to play in order to help himself out in the offseason if he wants another contract. I mean, if he wants to enjoy all those Porsches, he's going to need another contract. Okay? One more contract for him. That's the way. I mean, that's the only way it would work out for him. Armstead to miss the next 3 games. This is not good news. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's 3, but it seems like it's going to be a couple of weeks, at least. Maybe it is 3. This week leading to this game, then the next week leading to the other game, and then the other week you're off again, but you're playing in that 3rd game. So you really missed about 3 weeks of time, but you still get to play in the 3rd game from now. That could be the case. We'll see. I don't know. We'll find out when it's all said and done, and we'll figure it out along the way. And by the way, this is a nice little challenge for Mike McDaniel. Prove what you got. See if you can coach around this. You haven't been able to overcome the quarterback, right? You lost all 3 games that Tua could not finish. So now you've got to find a way to overcome with Armstead, and I know it looked absolutely terrible. I get it. Let's see. Oh, okay. All right. I thought that was kind of some important breaking news, but it wasn't really. No big deal overall. Remember, if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Follow us there as always. Carlos says the other side of the coin is how good the Seahawks look after the trade, especially considering how Geno Smith is playing. Carlos, it's so awesome to watch Geno Smith turn around his career, and a guy that nobody really pretty much thought he would even play at this level ever. And maybe he never plays at this level again. Okay, maybe this is Derek Anderson all over again. Anybody remember Derek Anderson with the Browns? He had that 1 year that everything went well for him, and they gave him a contract. You know, it's like Matt Castle. He had the 1 year with the Patriots, and the Kansas City Chiefs gave him the contract. And this happens, right? Matt Flynn only had a couple of games, not even an entire year. And somebody gave, I think it was Seattle, gave him a big contract, and it was a failure. And it was also Russell Wilson involved. Now that I think about it, interesting that the year they drafted Russell Wilson, they traded for Charlie Whitehurst. They signed Jackson from Minnesota, and they signed Matt Flynn to a big contract. 4 guys. The 3rd round pick out of Wisconsin was the guy that ended up surviving and becoming the starting quarterback out of the 4 guys. And now you get rid of Russell Wilson and you get Geno Smith. And I got to tell you something. I thought they were tanking. I think they thought they were tanking too, because there's no way they thought Geno Smith would play like this. Nobody had Geno Smith completing 71% of his passes. And, what is it, a 4 to 5 to 1 touchdown interception ratio? Nobody saw that coming. That's one of those, and especially after years of never even coming close to being even an average quarterback, Geno Smith. He was always mediocre. And yet, man, he has made one hell of a transition. And I think they thought they were going to have a bad year. And look at what's happened with Geno Smith. It's crazy. The interesting part will be, does Geno Smith become Derek Anderson? Okay. Does Geno Smith become Matt Castle? Or does Geno Smith become Rich Gannon? You youngins, you have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. But those of you that are a little older, Rich Gannon bounced around Kansas City and Minnesota, always had athleticism, always had a gun. That's why we called him Rich Gannon. But he was inconsistent and never really, he was like a backup. And then all of a sudden, he goes to the Oakland Raiders, and John Gruden has a veteran-laden team there and a West Coast-style system. And Rich Gannon lands there and becomes an MVP of the league. I'm pretty sure he got the MVP. Look it up for me, Sean, that Rich Gannon won. I want to say he won the MVP. Tell me what year it was, please, Sean, that Rich Gannon won the MVP. And he became a good quarterback from there on out. Was it the system? Was it his lack of knowledge? Did it end up where he picked up so much experience and then found the right system with the right coach and the right players and it took off? Possibly. And Geno Smith has had the same thing. He has bounced around the league. He has been mediocre for years. And then all of a sudden he has found, utopia. Yes, sir.
Looks like it was 2003.
Okay.
Hold on a minute. I may be looking at this wrong. Hold on a minute.
Okay. It was back. It was a while ago.
MVP 2002. I'm sorry.
2002, 20 years ago. 20 years ago, he won the MVP. That's why I say if you're young, you're in your 30s, you're in your 20s, you have no idea what the hell I'm talking about pretty much because, you're so young when that happened. So it's not one of those things that you would follow. And so this is interesting where Geno Smith is at. And which one is he? Is he Derek Anderson? Is he Rich Gannon? And we're going to find out. Because I've said this for many, many, many years. Those of you that have been with me for a long time, you've heard this saying. Any professional can have a good week, a good month, and a good year. I've said this for well over 20 years now doing radio. Why? Because I've watched it. And I've just given you examples because they're all filed inside this thick skull of mine. And I've seen the guys that come and go. I've watched people have terrific weeks, months, years, a year, and then they can never repeat it again. And that's what I tell you about special players. I always tell you that you can find a lot of players that'll have a fantastic month or a year, but give me the guy that can come back every year and do it. Then I know you're real. Then I know that you're the shit, as they say. That's why I never really freak out on 1 year from a player until I see it again. And then when I see it again, then I know it wasn't an aberration, because I've seen the aberration. I've seen the aberration a lot of times. I watched Peerless Price play well because he was opposite of Eric Moulds. And then when they gave him the contract and they said, okay, you're the number one now in Atlanta, he pees in his pants and it's done. And he can't play because he wasn't that guy. Reminds me of my of the radio business, where you're walking through the building and there are other people working or on the air or whatever, and they're kind of just getting by, not really making the place better, and stealing money, basically, riding the coattails of everybody else. And it's kind of the same thing here. And so we will see with Geno Smith. It's a great story. It really is a fantastic story. He's a good dude. And I'll be the first to tell you, I wasn't a Geno Smith believer from when he got out of college in the NFL, and what he did now, I never saw coming. So I am dead ass wrong on anything Geno Smith. In fact, like I just told you in the same conversation, I thought they were tanking. And I thought Seattle thought they were tanking too. And then all of a sudden, oh my God, we found the quarterback by accident, because nobody signs Geno Smith to think that they're the answer at quarterback. At this point, nobody does that at all. But that's how it goes. We shall see. What else? Big O, Geno Smith was at the Jets, right? Yes. Enough said. He's. I still think Jameis will have a Rich Gannon type surge when he gets to be put around a real team. He's been surrounded by disaster his whole career. I disagree with you. The New Orleans Saints aren't that bad right now. They have decent talent. He could be successful there, and they don't want to play him. I don't know. The Jameis stuff, wrong there too, by the way. Me. As much as I thought he was a weirdo, I thought he had all the ability to be a really good quarterback in this league. And my God, he has been an absolute bonehead. So Jim Plunkett did that too. You are correct. After winning the Heisman, he kind of floundered around the league and then found his home with the Raiders and was able to throw a loaf of breads for Super Bowl wins. I mean, boy, you guys, you talk about a dude that, like, boy, that was a floater that he would throw. Yeah, Jim Plunkett. You are correct. Very good, Harold. You are old like I am. Very nice of you. Brooklyn Rob, we saw him yesterday. Big O, it was great hanging with you and Joe Shad yesterday at Hijinks. Hope you enjoyed the talent we have here in Palm Beach County. There was serious talent, okay? Serious talent. Wow. I'm telling you, fellas, you should, if you're in that Boca area, that is definitely one sports bar that is eye-catching. That's all I can tell you. Food was excellent, and Joe did not lie about the wings. They were really good. The fries were awesome. I love the way they make their fries. Fantastic. I got to go try more things in the menu the next time. I think I'll go up there again next month with the wife. Go up to Meisner. I don't know. Do we have any concerts coming to Meisner? Damn. I haven't been to a concert in Meisner Park in a while. I love going to concerts there, and I love that they put a roof now. Like the Pompano Beach Amphitheater and Meisner Park. I want to thank the folks at Meisner and the folks at Pompano Beach Amphitheater. Those are two cool little venues that a lot of us that love music love to go to them. But in the days when, it's South Florida and a shower pops in, you were screwed, dude. And now it's not like that anymore because they've got the roofs. So very, very cool that they added the roofs to those places. You got to do that in South Florida. You're going to have an amphitheater in South Florida. It's got to have a roof. Definitely. Let's see. Seattle didn't have to tank, and yet they're still going to end up with a top 5 pick. No, man. No. Seattle's not going to end up with a top 5 pick. I disagree with you. I can tell you where they're at right now. They're not. I don't think so, my brother. I mean, I'll look it up. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think they've won more than, I think they're out of the top 10 is what I think. Aren't they like battling for a wild card spot? Aren't they in the back end of with slight hope for a wild card spot or something? Not that they're going to make it, but I think they're going to win too many games to be even out of the top 10. What do you got for me, Sean?
They have the Denver Broncos pick at 3 right now.
I see. Oh, okay. Now that's right. You guys said
and the Lions have the Rams pick, which is number 4.
Okay. Now you're tripping me. I forgot about that. Now, okay. I was thinking normal of their own pick. I'm like, well, Seattle's won some games. No, I got it. The Denver pick. All right. Now you threw the curve at me. Okay. Let's see. So I'm guessing the Hijinks IG is a must clear browser history if you're in a relationship. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, if she's going to freak out about that, you just, honey, I'm following. I go to Hijinks. I might, go to UFC fight to go see it. Go watch a Dolphins game. They have beer specials. That's it. It's like any bar. Just happens to have models walking around all over the place. That's all. It's just, happens to be a bar with incredible beauty inside of it. But it's still a sports bar, honey. Anyone that gets the VIP Legends package, listen to the Big O radio show, will get a NorCal Dolphin Club coin. There we go. And what NorCal is talking about, by the way, that's right, NorCal. I don't F around, baby. I got my NorCal Dolphin coin. Ha ha! Yeah. There you go. There you go. I don't know. You can't really picture all the people in there, but I got you. All right. So there you go. Lend a helping Finn. Help Finn's Finn. The Finn Laws. And mine is 2019. And my number is Oronde Gadsden, 86. Yeah. There you go, NorCal. Ha. I got my coin. I always got my coin right here. It's a beautiful thing. Thank you, NorCal. Appreciate you, my brother. What else do we have? Agree, Big O. I think Tua is legit, but my one hard rule is show me 2 straight. Josh Freeman and Tommy Maddox. Yeah. No, I'm with you there. But the difference is, Tua, I think, already showed it to me the first 2 years. That's the thing. I already just go watch the videos at the end of the first year, and you'll hear me tell you that I thought he had a terrific year because I look at all the crap around him, and I think a ton of other quarterbacks would have done way worse. They wouldn't have won more than they lost. They wouldn't have thrown more touchdowns and interceptions, and yet he did under the worst conditions. And also not necessarily knowing the playbook yet. Okay? Because you weren't necessarily the guy taking all the reps and everything else. It was Fitz. And again, The offensive coordinator told the head coach he's not ready yet to start against the Rams, and yet the head coach started him anyways. Agree, Big O. Do you think that the clear-cut number one pick in the NFL draft, who do you think is? Brian, I don't know. I'm not, I don't know if it's the Alabama kid or the other kid from the smaller school. What's his name? I don't know if it's going to be one of those quarterbacks. At this point, my brother, it's not important to me. Dolphins aren't in the mix. They've got their quarterback. I don't know. When we get there, when we get to that point and we can start talking about it, I'm not even focused on that right now. I'm thinking about the San Francisco 49ers. I'm hoping that the Dolphins can figure it out and win. And by the way, speaking of Meet the Legends, and that'll be out there, baby, Saturday, December 3rd at Mission Park Sportsplex. You get to meet Mark Clayton, Mark Duper, John Taylor, Eric Wright. So you'll get two Dolphin legends, two Niners legends. This is being held by the Dolphin and San Francisco fan clubs. And if you are going to go out to the trip in San Francisco, well, the day before in Fremont, California, nearby, you can go to this amazing event and hang out with a whole bunch of other Dolphin fans and meet some great Dolphins legends, get an autograph, take a picture, whatever. It's cool. And we will try to have Mark Clayton or Mark Duper or both on tomorrow. But somebody will be on tomorrow. Maybe both will be on tomorrow. Did you ever hear Gadsden's story of what he did with his Super Bowl winnings? He told the story, Super Bowl winnings. He never made it to the Super Bowl. Are you talking about like he made a bet in the Super Bowl? I don't know, bro. I don't know what you're he never made it to the Super Bowl, so this must be a Super Bowl bet he had. I don't know. No, I did not hear it. Let's see. Did you see McDaniel troll too about Georgia being the best team in the yes. I saw that. Yeah, that was great stuff having him mic'd up and listening to him throughout and I think some of it also he had a little sauce for us too. So I wonder if the cooler weather in San Fran will actually benefit the Dolphin players getting away from the humidity for a chance. Game might even feel easier to them. No, not at all. You're playing a brutal front four. That's not going to happen. There's no way that you get a break, to be quite honest. Do want to remind you about Sloman's Home Shield. We love talking about the great people at Sloman's and the Salzman family. Great sponsors of our program and great supporters of our platform, and we love them for that. And listen, a lot of you have been getting the alarm system over the last year and a half that they've been sponsors with us. 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME, folks. And right now, the first 40 Big O listeners, we will give you a free doorbell camera. And listen, when you use our professional installation and our low-cost central station monitoring, you're also going to get an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3-arm doors, and a backup battery. So call them, 1-800-ALARM-ME, and tell them that Big O sent you. They will give you the free doorbell camera, and you're going to love using that doorbell camera because you can control everything with your phone, and you know everything going on, and you can actually find out who's at the door, so you don't even have to go to the door if you don't want to. Let them keep ringing the doorbell and knocking, and then you don't answer, they leave because you know it's somebody you don't want to talk to. It's a beautiful thing, man. So go 1-800-ALARM-ME. And for our friends up north, we are in 14 different states. If you think you're paying too much for your heating oil, listen, this takes no effort. Call 1-866-OIL-DEAL. Okay? Sloman's has been, protecting clients and keeping them warm for 100 years here. So they've been taking care of Americans for a century. This is one of the great companies here in this country, and when it comes to heating oil, they provide incredible service and great savings. It could save you hundreds of dollars in the long run, folks. Do it now. If you're a Big O loyal listener out there, call them 866-OIL-DEAL and inquire. Just inquire. Tell him, hey, man, I'm listening to Big O. He says you might have a great oil deal for me. Maybe I can save money on my heating oil. You've got several months of winter coming for you, and you're going to need to keep that house, that office warm. Listen, you're a big supporter of our program. Support the sponsors that lift our platform and give you all this content every single day. Please call the great people at Slomin's. 866-OIL-DEAL. It does not hurt to call because you might end up saving money. Do it now. Tell them that you're part of the Big O show and call the great people at Slomin's Home Shield. All right. If Armstead was healthy, I honestly believe we would win these next 3 games, but I still need to bleach my eyes after seeing the beginning of the third quarter on Sunday. Yeah. But now nobody was prepared, and it was kind of on the fly and all that. Now they will be prepared, but they're going up against a much better front than the one you went against with the Texans. That's the problem. So I'm with you. I get it. I totally get it. It's tough. And we've got to see them get it done right now. Something that we're not confident in without Armstead. And I get it. I totally understand. This is one hell of a coaching job that Mike McDaniel's going to have to do. Give me 2 minutes, rest the voice. Matt Verderam's going to join us. We're going to step into the huddle, talk a little NFL football. We love doing it every week with Matt Verderam right here on the Red Recover Huddle.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Let's huddle up with Fanside National NFL reporter Matt Verderam. The Huddle is brought to you by RedRecover.com. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about Red Light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's NFL reporter Matt Verderam.
There we go. Now I've got the mic lit up here. I'm in a good mood right now, Matt. Just want you to know. Are you much of a Metallica fan?
I like Metallica.
Just got my tickets for Metallica in Mexico City, September 27th and 29th of 2024. So I don't know if you know what Metallica is doing. They're doing the M72 World Tour, no repeat weekend. So you buy tickets for 2 nights. Both nights are 2 completely different sets. I mean, you will not hear the same song in each set. Plus, I get Greta Van Fleet and Mammoth opening up for Metallica. And then in August of 23, this next coming year here, I go to Metallica in Montreal for 2 nights. Little Pantera and Mammoth opening up in that one. So we are ready for Mexico, baby. Yeah.
That is awesome. You I'm sure will enjoy that.
Oh, I cannot. I've been dying to go to a metal or a rock concert in Central or South America because it looks like it's a freaking, soccer game. The reaction of the people in the stands. So I am definitely in a good mood right now, being able to get the tickets on the floor too to go see a little Metallica. So, what's your last concert you went to?
Last concert I went to was actually recently. It was the Goo Goo Dolls in Milwaukee. I saw them a couple weeks ago. So they've been my favorite band since I was like 8, 9. So I also have tickets for Blink-182, which is like a back to my childhood thing. They come to Chicago in May. So my wife and I and a friend of ours will be going. And concerts are fun.
A boy named Goo is a freaking classic, bro.
Yeah. Concerts are. I will tell you the best concert I ever went to. I was a high school senior, and we saw Green Day at the peak of their powers, and they were American Idiot and all that. Right. We saw them at Old Giant Stadium. I don't know if it still is, but at the time, it was the biggest concert they had ever done in North America. It was 90,000 people, and it was a wild night. It was a lot of fun. So it's good now with the. I don't want to say with the pandemic being over, but with the pandemic receding, now you can go to these concerts. You can see your favorite bands again. That's nice. It's nice to be able to go out and do that again.
Amen, dude. Freaking man. I'm so glad that we're able to go to shows again. And I saw this show and it was like, okay, I gotta try to go to this.
Yeah.
You get to, it's rare. You've got only Pearl Jam does that, or The Cure, where you could go to 2 nights and they'll repeat very few songs the second night, like maybe 5 or 6 of them. And the rest, the second night, is completely different.
And hey, you have to go. You have to go when you can. God, it must have been now about 5 years ago. I went with a friend of mine. We saw Tom Petty at Wrigley Field, and we walked out of there. We almost didn't go. It was pouring. And we ended up under an overhang. And it was amazing. Tom Petty was awesome. We're like, man, next year if he comes back, we're going again. And a couple months later, he was gone. So we're like, thank God we went. It was, but hey, if you have the time, if you got your health, go.
I saw that same tour. I saw Tom Petty. I saw Peter Wolf open up for him, which is the former lead singer of Jay Giles.
Yep.
And it was at Rolling Hills in Queens, New York.
Oh, yeah, and sure.
That was the last time I saw Tom Petty. He died 2 months after that.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. So I'm Wrigley. And he was great. He was great. Like, you never in a million years would have thought, it's life.
So let me ask you something. We are obviously in, we're we're trying to get to where the good teams have been, as a fan base, as a team and all that, and start feeling all the good feelings and all that.
Sure.
And, you're rarely ever on prime time. So now this week, the Dolphins have become sexy. You know what sexy is because you're a freaking Chiefs fan. So sexy. You've been sexy for a while. But
took long enough. Yeah.
But you were playing a very unsexy team in that week.
Correct.
And the Chiefs and the Broncos got knocked out, and the Dolphins got elevated with the Chargers overall for that game that night. So we're in euphoria that people are actually like noticing the Dolphins. They care about the Dolphins nationally, all that kind of stuff, like any fan base and all that.
Sure.
So what is the opposite feeling from the fan base that is sexy and is used to being on prime time all the time, and now gets knocked off a game? Not their fault. It had to be their stinking opponent, unfortunately. But how do they react now? Because I don't know what that feeling was like, because that was like 30 years ago. So I don't. There was no flexing 30 years ago.
I think as a Chiefs fan, there's almost like a thank God that we can just get to bed a little earlier. Okay. I mean, because I know when they play, because I have to do the podcast for Fansided with the Chiefs afterward. Like, I'm up till 3 a.m. working if they play on Sunday Night Football. And ironically, that game, I'm actually going to be in Kansas. Even though the game's in Denver, we're going out to do a live show out in Kansas City. And so I'm thrilled to death that they flexed that game because it makes my life easier. Now, fans are split. Some fans, they love being in prime time. And so there's just like, Denver sucks so damn bad. They got Patrick Mahomes out of prime time. It's almost impossible, but Denver stinks so bad they actually did it. And I think there's another part of the fan base. It's like, hey, look, man, playing in prime time is great, but I'm happy to play the game at 4:05. Let's get it done with by 7, and we can either relax and watch the Dolphins and the Chargers, or just spend some time with the kids and go to sleep. I'm in the latter. I'm actually excited in the sense I'd really like to watch the game with the Dolphins and the Chargers, and so as someone who has to cover the league, it's fine. But yeah, I think it's funny. Like, you don't see Mahomes get flexed out very often. So the Broncos.
No, it wasn't Mahomes. It's not his. Had nothing to do with the Chiefs.
Russell Wilson really made sure that he got out of prime time for this game. But I'll say this: I think the NFL made the right decision. I mean, who the hell wants to watch Denver get just killed again on national TV? So at least you get the Dolphins, you get the Chargers, you get Tua and Herbert. It'll be a fun game to watch.
Yeah, the storylines, the draft, all that crap that go with it.
Yeah.
It's they gobble all that shit up, the drama of the two, and how Herbert looked great early and now Tua looks better this year and all that. So all those storylines are going to be coming out and all that kind of stuff. So I get all of that, Now let's piggyback on, what the hell is going on in Denver, bro? I mean, I have never seen a defensive player just go after a franchise quarterback like Purcell went after, Russell on the sideline. And that was like, whoa, like what the hell is going on? Like that locker room if it's boiling like that on the field, and you and I have been around this business a long time. And look, last year in the middle of the winning streak, I'm telling everybody Flo's going to get fired. And the beat writers that I have coming on, they're like, what are you crazy? This, that, because they're winning. And I'm like, yeah, bro, he's running roughshod through the building. And now everybody finds out about all the shit that Flo's doing. But I was already talking about that way ahead of everybody else because I knew what was going on inside that building. And you've been in the business, you know what it is. And sometimes even when things look all right, there could be shit going on behind the scenes that you don't know about or you'll never find out about. When you see it boil over like this, brother, it's deep, right?
Yeah, it's bad. I mean, look, I know, the Broncos came out and they said what they had to say. Oh, no, it was all positive. Like, look, man, I'm not saying that he didn't say it with a positive, like, come on, we can do this type of tone. Like maybe he did. But when you're screaming like that at your quarterback, it's because your offense stinks. That's why. And the defense is justifiably fed up and they're sick and tired of it. They're sick and tired of going out and giving up 17 points and losing every week because their offense can't be bothered to do anything. And look, here's another part of this.
By the way, it's been going on for a few years.
It's been going on for
not just 1 year
in Denver.
Right.
I mean, they've stopped teams that can't score points. And when you're a player who's been in that building for a few years and you see your franchise, your organization, the people who pay you, when they go out and they acquire somebody from outside the building and they make that person the highest paid person in the building all of a sudden, and he's not pulling his weight, that's a big problem. Like, I've had more than a few GMs say to me that they consider when they pay guys in free agency how much they're paying them, not only for cap implications, but is he the highest paid guy in the room? Is he higher paid than the guys who we drafted and developed and who are stars here and who have bled here? Because that matters. And when you bring in Russell Wilson, nobody in Denver, I don't know if I can swear on this show, nobody in Denver, okay, nobody in Denver gives a shit that he won a Super Bowl in Seattle. Nobody cares. Like, all that matters, good or bad, is what you do in Denver. And when he goes up, I knew this was done after two things. One, which I heard this summer, when I found out he had an office in the building, that was strike like 1 and 2. And then when they lose to the Colts on Thursday night, and he is by far the main reason they lose the game, and he goes up in the presser after the game and says, "Hey, Broncos country, let's ride." It's over. It's over. Right. Nobody in that building respects you anymore. And then to continuously follow up with how bad he has been week in and week out. And now you're seeing it boil over, to use the term you used. I don't know how they come back from it. Like, they're going to get rid of Hackett, and that's all fine and well. The players are still going to loathe him until he plays like a guy deserving of his contract. And to get from where he is now to get to that point, I don't see it.
Does Hackett survive this?
I mean, he survives for another month, I think. He survives for another month. He's not surviving for a second.
No, that's what I mean. The season. I mean, does he survive the season is what I mean.
You know what, man? If you don't fire him after that Carolina game, I don't know what it's going to take. I mean, honestly, because you're not going to fire him after that. What are you going to do? I mean, maybe, if the Chiefs just lay it on them in one of these games and they beat them like 45-3, I mean, maybe that's embarrassing enough that it's just like, all right, he's got to go. But I thought after the Carolina game, I thought he might get fired. I thought that game was so bad against such an awful team. That might be it. But now I get the feeling that Denver's just going to ride this thing out for the last, whatever it is, 5 games, 6 games. And then, it's going to be one of those, like, the second the last game is over, okay, he's been, relieved of his duties, and we're going to make an exhaustive search. But honestly, if you are a prospective head coach, would you go there?
No.
Like, why would you go there? I mean, unless you just have no other options, and you're an older coach who's always wanted to be a head coach, and that's just your only shot at, like David Culley in Houston a year ago. Unless you're that guy, why the hell would you go to coach Denver? That situation's abominable.
Yeah. No, that's it. And you're going to try to find a guy to fix Russell. You're going to try to find a guy to put the right system in and that's going to be a really tough task for you at this point. When you look at Russell, is it that he's lost his mojo? Is it that it's a combination of all kinds of things? Because I don't necessarily look at it like physical ability is gone. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's because it doesn't look like he's breaking down. So what is it when you look at it? How do you decipher what the hell the problem is?
I think for me, he still has his arm.
Yeah.
He can't move. Like, I think, the thing that always gets lost with Russell Wilson, everybody always talks about, he used to run for all this yardage, which, sure. But he was always great at moving around behind the line of scrimmage and and opening lanes and buying time. And then he was always one of the better deep ball throwers in the NFL. So I always thought his greatest strength was when the play broke down, he was able to capitalize on that because he could just wing it 50, 55 yards down the field. He doesn't move anymore. Like, forget rushing yardage for a minute. He doesn't move. He never leaves the pocket. So I think what you're left with is this guy who's a shorter quarterback who now doesn't have the lanes and the windows that he's always had. And honestly, just from watching him, and I've watched every snap they've played this year, I don't think he wants to get hit. Like, I think there's get rid of it, get rid of the ball, dump it off, whatever. If I'm a coach going in there, I'm telling him, we're playing a system where you have to move. We're going to roll you out. We're going to get you on the move, get out of the pocket, and make plays out of structure a little bit. That's when he's at his best. In this offense, he is being asked to just drop back and throw the ball. And look, he should be able to do it a lot better than he's done this year. I mean, I'm not exonerating him, but I don't think it fits his skill sets. I also think, look, looking back on it, Seattle, I think Seattle knew what it was doing when it was like, you know what, we're ready to just move on. We're ready. It's time. He had been slowly getting worse in Seattle, but like was still very good. And then I think the combination of leaving Seattle and this system, it's just been a cliff dive. I mean, it's just been from he's still very good, maybe not what he once was, to he's legitimately maybe the worst quarterback in football of a guy who's like played the majority of his games for his team this year.
The Odell Beckham situation. It looks like Jerry still wants to sign him.
Yes.
Your thoughts on whoever tries to sign him?
Like I think it's one of these things where he is a very good player. I think his impact's going to be a little overstated no matter where he goes. Like, if Dallas signs him, partially because it's Odell and partially because it's Dallas, you're going to hear this drumbeat on every national show in the morning about how they are now a favorite. I don't believe that. Like, he's a good player who can certainly help. I'd also say he hasn't played a down in 10 months. And to expect him to come out and just be dominant, like, I think it's hard to believe. So certainly can play and can help. And I think he'll eventually, here in the next week or two, he'll sign with a contender. But I don't think that the play is going to match the hype at this point. He just hasn't played in so long. I think it's going to take him a little while to get going. So certainly worth the flyer. But I don't think, you're going to hear him when he gets signed, you're going to hear people talk about it like it's this mammoth move in the NFL. I don't know that it's that at this juncture.
Yeah, and I don't even know if he'll stay healthy for you for the remainder of the season, whatever he does play, because he is definitely a sack of injuries. Who is the bigger fraud? The 7-4 Jets, the 7-4 Ravens, the 7-4 Titans, or the 9-2 Minnesota Vikings?
You would think it would be one of the 7-4 teams. I actually think it's Minnesota. I think Tennessee is exactly what Tennessee is.
Has been.
Right. Like, I don't think Tennessee is different than that. The Jets, I think it depends on what your thought is of the Jets. Like, if your thought is, the Jets are a contender, then yeah, they're complete frauds. If your thought of the Jets is they can play really good defense and offensively, like, they're probably at least a little better with White, okay, sure. The Ravens, to me, we've talked about the Ravens a lot over the course of the year. The Ravens are just what they are. Like, the Ravens are going to get in the playoffs, and if they've got to score any kind of high scoring game, 28
touchdowns,
they're going to lose.
Touchdowns. If they have to just score touchdowns,
right, they're going to lose because they can't throw the ball. I mean, if you look at their passing outputs the last 2 months, it's what they are. They can't throw the football. They don't have the receiver.
He's not a passer. He's not a passer.
Is inconsistent.
Yeah.
Minnesota, I think, is the bigger fraud because at 9-2, you think like that's a Super Bowl team. I don't know that I'd pick Minnesota to win one playoff game. Like, Minnesota scares the hell out of me. And I don't even care who they play. Like Seattle, Washington, the Giants. It could be any of those teams. I have no idea what the hell Minnesota is going to do. None. So you watch them, and every week that I watch Minnesota, I'm like, I have no idea how they're winning games. None. but they keep doing it. I have no faith in them in a playoff game. Absolutely none. Like just sheer terror. So I think Minnesota is the team that I'd have to point to.
Yeah, no, I'm with you because it's one of those things. I've never really been a believer of Kirk Cousins, overall.
Yeah.
I think he does a serviceable job.
Right, he's fine.
That's what he is. He's just a fine quarterback, but I don't think he's really the difference maker that is going to put you over the top. Although, man, that receiver, holy shit, that kid is special, brother. Wow.
It's him and it's Tyreek Hill. Like those are the two best receivers in the NFL. I mean, that guy, Jefferson's amazing in the sense of if the ball's anywhere near him, he's catching the ball. Like to have the body control he has, and he's not a huge guy. Like it's not like you look at him and you see Randy Moss, who is was a big, tall, physical freak in nature. He's not that. I mean, he's not diminutive, but he's not huge. Like he doesn't have a body frame like Calvin Johnson did. Where you're like, okay, well, he's gonna out leap everybody. It's incredible how he can go up in a crowd and not be taller than everybody else, and he comes down with the ball almost every single time. It's freakish.
Look, you've got to keep the rivalry stuff going with the divisions, right? And I get what's going on, but the NFC South is like 5-6 right now, and you're leading really that division. I almost feel like we should have a play-in game where they should play the worst playoff caliber type team from another division inside that conference before you can advance to the official playoffs or something like that. You know what I'm saying? It's just so weird to have a division that, I mean, we've had divisions where, somebody makes it at 8-8.
Right.
I mean, these are going to be sub 500 teams, like by a couple of games by the time the playoffs roll around.
Yeah. I've always felt, because we've only had Panthers did it once at 7-8-1, and the Washington did it out of the NFC East a couple of years ago. Seattle did it once. I think it's been 3 times.
Yeah, the Cardinals did it on 8-8 once. I think I remember.
They were 8-8, yeah. I always feel like if you're under 500, like you getting an automatic bid because you win your division should go away. Like I know there are people like, somebody's got to represent the division. Why? Who the hell wants to see the NFC South in the playoffs? Why?
Right.
Why the hell should that team be represented in the playoffs? I mean,
like the NFC East right now.
Right.
If the way they're pacing right now. So let's say the Washington Commanders are out of the mix.
Yes.
Okay. So then Tampa needs to beat the Washington Commanders first to get into the playoffs. And
I wouldn't even give them that. Like you don't get in the playoffs. That's it. You don't get in. And just move everybody up a slot. I don't need to see Tampa. Like what?
No.
All these people who are always so beholden to this, like, well, it's got to mean something to win the division. No, the hell it does. If you're 8-9, it doesn't mean anything. You shouldn't get celebrated. Right? You stink. Why? Just because you're in the NFC South, because you're better than 3 other teams that stink even worse? I mean, I don't believe that. Now, I don't have a problem with it. If you make the playoffs, you're 9-8, you win your division, and some teams 12-5, and they got to go be a wild card team. All right, you know what? Well, that's the way the system works. But when you are under 500, to me, you get out of the playoffs, and you know it's really going to be crazy.
They're going to be like 7-10 and win the division.
Unbelievable. You know it's going to happen. You and I both know this is going to happen. Brady's going to get in at like 7-10, and they're going to beat somebody in the playoffs. You know it's coming. Like Brady is going to somehow cobble together some game where they beat whoever the hell it is, Dallas, and then they get just eviscerated in the second round. But it's been funny. Like Seattle got in, they had that Beastquake game against New Orleans where they won. Washington actually played Tampa, and Tampa went to the Super Bowl that year. The year Tampa beat them.
Yeah.
And Carolina beat the Cardinals in a game where the Cardinals started like Ryan Lindley. It was one of the worst playoff games I've ever seen. The Bucs are going to get in the playoffs because they're going to win that division. And I guarantee you they're going to play some team and beat them because it's Brady in a playoff game. And then they'll lose, and that'll be the end of his career, you would think. But the Bucs are a mess.
All right, tell them about Stacking the Box, my friend.
Sure. You can check out Stacking the Box any week on Tuesdays at noon Eastern. You can check it out on the Stack the Box YouTube channel or wherever you find your podcast. You can subscribe, you can download, you can leave a rating and a review, which would be awesome.
Right.
And then, you can follow all my content on my Twitter feed, which is just at Matt Verderam. And I have my quarterback rankings out today. I believe Tua is number 2 in the league right now. So
Mahomes 1, Tua 2. Yeah,
that's it.
Sounds
I mean, right now,
right.
it's where he's got to be. He's been awesome. I really am looking forward to seeing him against San Francisco this weekend. It's an opportunity for the Dolphins.
I just hope they can figure out the line, brother, without Armstead.
They got to block.
That
is one thing against the Niners. You better block, because you don't block, it's a problem against San Francisco. Get the ball out of his hands. Get the ball out of his hands. And look, I'll leave the Dolphins fans with this thought, okay? Don't worry about the people who, after the game, if you guys win, who are like, oh, all he did was get the ball out quicker. That's the point against San Francisco. You know who else did that? Mahomes. And the Chiefs scored 44 points. He was throwing the ball before he hit his back foot. That's the point against San Francisco. Get the ball out and beat the secondary, because the front is hell on earth.
Because of the Armstead thing, let me run something by you. I think, because they're going to probably put Shell back to right tackle, who actually did a good job for the last 3 weeks, but the poor kid had to play left. And, they throw you in a pinch from right to left. It's brutal for you to make that change. So I think Greg Little will probably play left because of Armstead being out, and Jackson re-injured that ankle. But Jackson, they think he could come back this week. I would go max protect all the time against San Francisco with 6 linemen. And why do I say that? Because they have the luxury of having something that most teams don't have, Waddle and Hill. Right. You cannot stay with those 2 guys. They will find holes in the defense quickly, and Tua is very good at getting rid of the ball quickly. And for me, I would do a lot of max protect this week and next week, because you've got to deal with Bozas on both sides of the state. Yeah.
No, listen, I think you can do that, or you can just say, look, we're going to chip every play. I mean, there's Kansas City did that. Kansas City left Jerick McKinnon in the game pretty much the entire game. And Jerick McKinnon's job was, you are going to chip that edge every play. And
Alec Ingold. Okay.
Yeah,
Alec Ingold will have to do that. Yeah.
I think sometimes, look, give your quarterback 3 seconds to throw the ball. That's the name of the game. And if that means chipping a guy, if that means doubling a guy, fine. By the way, the Chiefs did it with Kelce all the time in that game too. Coming out in a release, chip him. Fine. I think, look, the Niners, their corners are probably the weak points of the team. Charvarius Ward's a good player. I watched him for many years in Kansas City. He's a good player. He's not a great player, but he's a good player. Mosley's out for the year with a torn ACL. I think you can throw on the corners. The safeties are very good. Linebackers are very good. The corners are probably, if you can hold up and get the ball out against those corners, I think you can do something. So that is where, and you got to be able to run the ball against them a little bit. You have to be able to run the ball a little bit. Don't be great against them run the ball, but you've got to slow down that rush. You get in second, third, and long against the Niners, you're in for a long day.
Yep, I'm with you there. All right, follow him on Twitter at Matt Verderam, and catch him here every week doing his thing. Matt, as always, have a great week, my friend. Enjoy the football. Always appreciate you.
Absolutely. You too, man.
Thank you. There you go. We step out of the huddle.
This has been The Huddle with NFL reporter Matt Verderam. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about Red Light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
All right. Yeah, baby. This is a good day, man. It's a good day. Metallica, Montreal, Metallica, Mexico. Yeah, a little Montreal this year, a little Mexico. Well, not this year, next year. And then 2 years from now, a little Mexico. Kind of crazy to get tickets for 2024, September of 2024. That's a long ass time from now. But you know what? Before you know it, it's here, and yeah, it's ready to go. So it's all good. I like Matt's segments. Yes, definitely. Matt Verderame does an excellent job. Dude, love talking football with Matt every week. No doubt about it, man. And again, redrecover.com. Use our code Big O to alleviate any kind of pain you have in your body, baby. And Perdomo cigars, well, you know, the Perdomo cigars is a cigar you need while Dolphin Victory goes on. Then you reach for that Victory cigar from Perdomo Cigars. Anywhere in the world, you go to your favorite cigar bar and ask for it by name. That, by the way, the champagne, the 10th anniversary is awesome. One of our listeners, I don't know, it was about a year ago. We were at an event that's smoking in Pompano, and bought me a 5-pack, and the champagnes were in there too. I already smoked that one, by the way, sir, and it was absolutely fantastic. So I'm loving it. So thank you, sir, as always. And thank you all out there for supporting the hell out of it. And don't forget to smash the like button here as you follow the show. And don't forget to subscribe. We want to get to 20,000 subscribers. If you want to make a donation to help the platform grow, you can make a direct donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show at Cash App or Venmo. If you want to make a donation, because we get 100% of the donation there. And remember, we love Bitcoin donations on Cash App. That is the best when we're able to get a little Bitcoin donation going. Let's see, what else do we have on? I feel like if we win by scoring over 15 points on this defense, with or without our linemen, we are elite, and our coach genius title is fair. Listen, this is not in no way, shape, or form is this going to be an easy matchup. And don't look at this like it's an automatic win. This is going to be a really tough contest for the Dolphins, and it's going to be a great test for Mike McDaniel, actually. That's what it's going to be. Because we're going to see if he can scheme his way around the loss of Armstead. He could not scheme his way around the loss of Tua. And it's usually hard to do it without your quarterback. Very few times you survive without your starting quarterback. You know what I mean? That's just one. Sometimes you can survive a game, but when you're several weeks in, it's going to be tough sledding. I remember, I remember the Dolphins with Shula, that they did well with Mitchell. They would do well when Strock would come in. Doug Peterson won Shula's 325th game, and he did a pretty damn good job. But what also helps out is when a system is in place for many years. And that's what Shula had, a system that was in place for many years. And remember, free agency wasn't the thing in those days. So you kept all your players around pretty much. And you had most of the same players come back every year. So continuity was there. So the system and all of that. So that helped Shula, and that would help any coach. You know what I mean? But a first-year coach where you really don't have all the players that are fit your system and everything that you do, or the coaching and all that, because he's got to figure out now in the offseason, I got to make a change here or there, I'm sure, on the staff. So all of these things don't help McDaniel out. You know what I mean? But still, he's got to find a way to overcome. So it might be hard to ask a team to overcome the loss of your quarterback when you haven't even had a starting quarterback in over 25 years now. It's Marino was the last real starting quarterback that you had. The rest of the guys you had were just Jags or backups or anything like that. So all of a sudden you do have your franchise guy. It's hard to say, okay, well, we've got also a backup that is, well-versed in everything and can help us and keep everything afloat. No, you got another new player in Teddy Bridgewater and another new player to the league and everything in Skylar Thompson. Not the ideal situation when Don Strock is there for years. You know what I mean? It's a whole different ballgame when you're able to do that. Well, that's why it's this will be brutally tough for the Miami Dolphins. This will not be an easy contest. Why would it be an easy contest? Doesn't make any sense that you would think that it's an easy. They have one hell of a defense. And their offense, they have a lot of weapons. Even though I don't necessarily trust Jimmy Garoppolo as a clutch player, I still think that we're talking about a team that will make that mistake offensively because of that quarterback. Until proven otherwise, that's kind of the way I look at Jimmy. But the defense is stellar. And to attack them, by the way, Matt is right. You attack their corners. And how do you do that? Read quickly and deliver the ball accurately and right away. And that is something that Tua can do, and can do it at an incredibly high level. Do I think Miami can win this game? Hell yeah. Yes, I think they can win this game. Do I think it's going to be easy? No, dude. This is going to be an ugly contest. And if they win, it'll be by a hair. It'll be under a field goal. This is not one that you're going to be blowing them out, I don't believe, because they've got a good coach on that side. X's and O's. Miami's got a good coach, X's and O's. They should be able to kind of figure, things out and have some success against each other. Jose, thank you for the love in the super chat. Says, Big O, I feel like this will be a low-scoring game, but if we end up winning, I trust Magic Mike, and I feel that we have enough talent to make up for the injuries. Go Fins. # Super Bowl bound. Love it. Love it. Let's hope so, man. Flo went out there and beat them with Fitzpatrick. Miami can beat them with Tua. Yeah, I know. That sounds, but I don't. That team is not better than this team now. Okay? That the Fitz team, that was 3 years ago. I don't even think Debo was on the scene, right? Debo's breakout was last year, right? So Debo wasn't a monster then. You didn't have Christian McCaffrey. I don't even know. Did George Kittle play in that game or not? Because he might have had an injury. And Ayuk was really young then. Yeah, I think it would be better. I think this is a better team overall. Let's see. Okay. What else do we have going on? Random thought about Brandon Jones. Is he a flow guy and protesting the firing, so he's kind of pulling? No. No, it has nothing to do with that, Dan. You're into this conspiracy world deal that you come up with some crazy ass shit. It has nothing to do with that, my man. Love you, but it has nothing to do with that. It's pretty simple. The guy, it's what I've told you. It's exactly what I've been telling you now for over a month. I told you that he's continued to have different setbacks and that he's very particular about trying to return, but he has to return at pretty much almost 100%. Like everything has to be right or he's not that guy. He won't take the field. It's just the way it is. So it has certainly nothing to do with flow, dude. That's that would be silly on his part. Big O Shula replaced Greasy with Earl Morrall for a good portion of the perfect season. Got questioned for starting Greasy in the playoffs. Brett, do you know your history? Greasy broke his ankle. Morrall then filled in. When Greasy was healthy, Shula reinserted him in the playoffs and they went on to win the Super Bowl. You don't know your Dolphin history, my brother. That's completely inaccurate. And if somebody told you that story, then they don't know what they're talking about, and you need to go and read up history. Greasy got injured. Morrall filled in. Greasy got healthy. Morrall went to the bench, and they went to win the title. There was no questions or anything. They had no choice but to start him because Greasy was out with an injury, my man. That had nothing to do with, there's no controversy or anything like that. Uber Beaner, thank you for the super chat. Big O, I didn't see Mike Gesicki play the last game. Do you think Mike McDaniel was saving him for the 49ers game? Brother, I don't know what the hell was going on. And with that line, they may not use him as much too because they need more blocking. So Smythe may play more. That would be my guess. And because you need quick people to get out and open quickly against the pressure, that's also not into Gesicki's hands. So the next 2 weeks really don't play into Gesicki's hands, considering the pass rushers that you have to deal with this week and next week against the Chargers. So that's probably the issue, Uber Beaner. What else do we have? Big O, Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, was on TV last night. Big O, my bad. I forgot to mention Greasy's injury. Yeah, but there was no controversy or anything. It had nothing to do with it. It's just plain and simple. Greasy got injured. They inserted Morrill. Morrill was a starting quarterback back into the Colts days. And I think didn't Earl Morrill make it to a Super Bowl, if I believe? And so Morrill, it was a great move. It was the greatest backup quarterback in Dolphin history was Earl Morrill, of course, because he got you and it kept you undefeated the entire season. Stroker has to be the second best in the history of the Dolphins. But yeah, he got back, and then the rest is history. Let's see. That's how the NFL works. Why in the world would a coach not play a player because of the opponent next week? Coaches coach to win each and every week. Yeah, it's just part of the game plan. You are correct. Semi-interesting take. I've just heard the last time the 49ers went against a high-powered offense, they lost massively. It was the Chiefs. Yeah, but the Chiefs have a better offensive line right now than Miami's. And that's what stops you from doing that. But again, Matt was right. It's going to be about quick passing here. That's what it's going to be about. Also, I have looked through the 49ers' previous games. Jose, thank you for the love in the super chat. He says they are a case similar to the Eagles. They haven't really played a lot of strong teams. All right. Mike says, I sent you a tweet about what I mentioned earlier about Gadsden. He may have gone a tad wild with that Super Bowl check. Gadsden never had a Super Bowl check. I already responded to you the first time. Oronde Gadsden never made it to a Super Bowl. Why would he have a Super Bowl check? The Dolphins were never in the Super Bowl during his run here at all. Now, you're telling me he bet on a Super Bowl and had a winning ticket from betting on a Super Bowl? Because that's the only way Oronde Gadsden was ever going to be associated with a Super Bowl, because the team never went to a Super Bowl with Oronde Gadsden. I'm not exactly sure. I think you're telling the story wrong or something. Cruz Ruiz, thank you for the love in the super chat. Gesicki is not progressing as a blocker, obviously, is the writing on the wall that his days as a Dolphins are numbered. Did you expect him to progress as a blocker? I think they're just trying it out, and he's gone at the end of the year, and they'll get a compensatory pick for him. And that's it. And somebody will get a hell of a tight end, and they'll get a pass-catching tight end, which is what he is, like a lot of tight ends in this league. So nothing new. What do you got, Sean?
I think he's referring to when he was with the Cowboys and he got injured and put the injured reserved. He won. The Cowboys ended up winning the Super Bowl.
Oh,
that year.
That's before the Dolphins.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's talking about when he's with the Cowboys.
Ah, okay. I see. Okay. All right. Well, hey, man, good for him. I guess it's a story that you've enjoyed. Alec Ingold will be the key with Armstead out. One of them. Smythe will be another. You're going to have to mix it up a little bit. I don't know if you put the burden all on one guy. Oh, just thought to tell someone here that part of Shula's legacy was having to use two different quarterbacks. Also, the Beatles broke up. There you go. I didn't know that. The Beatles broke up. Thank you, Dougie Fresh. Greasy replaced Morrow in the AFC Championship game when they were behind in the second half. So, and Greasy then took him to the Super Bowl. What else do we have here? Gaston played in the Super Bowl. No, he did not play in any Super Bowl. Now, what Sean says might be right. He might have been on somebody's practice squad in the Super Bowl, but he did not play in a Super Bowl. I don't believe that.
He was elevated for the NFC Championship game, sprained his ankle, put on IR, and then the Cowboys won the Super Bowl.
There you go. Because I know I watched the Super Bowl with the Cowboys, and there was no Oronde Gadsden on the field. But I guess he was on their practice squad. I don't know why this is even important. Like, why should I give a shit? I don't understand that. I don't even know why we keep harping on it. Who gives a shit about what Oronde Gadsden did with his money in the Super Bowl for some check that he had when he was in the practice squad? Like, why should I care about that? I don't know. It's just like, it's a silly story. Sean got it. He was whatever. Okay, whatever. What have we got? Big O, what's the one player that needs to make the big step up to his game to make a difference for us to win this game? Whoever's playing left tackle, my brother. That's who's got to do it. At least with Shell, I feel like, okay, well, he's done a decent job at right tackle. Keep doing what you're doing. But if it's Greg Little or the other guy, Jackson, which I don't know if he already got injured right away. I don't know how you play him out there, but that's what you need, man. You need whoever plays left tackle to play the game of his life and find a way to slow down the pass rusher a couple of times. Not every time, because that would be a ridiculous expectation. You know? Come on, Big O. Say what you really mean. Why so coy? What do we have? Did I just hear right? Did someone just say Flores beat the Niners? Like, if we lose, Flores was better? What a stupid comment. Dieter at guard, Hunt. Yeah, Chris Johnson. That would be incredibly stupid. Okay? I mean, I don't know how many times I need to repeat it to you all. You don't move the guards in the center. Okay? That's the pocket. Tua needs that. The weaknesses are on the corners. You allow the weaknesses to become the middle, and it's really over. It's done. Okay? Like, it's incredibly stupid. It's fucking stupid. Are we clear on this? Am I being clear? Are you understanding? It would be catastrophically stupid to move Robert Hunt to any position but right guard. It would be catastrophically stupid to ruin Robert Jones and move him from left guard. And it would be incredibly dumb to move Connor Williams. The pocket is the most important thing for Tua. You can adjust to the outsides. You can have people chip. You can line up a sixth lineman. You can have a running back there waiting to pick up the extra blocker. And Tua can step into the pocket if it comes from the outside. And if you're a good tackle, you lead him on the outside and keep him going around behind the quarterback, which allows Tua to step in and make a throw. But if you ruin that pocket because you're trying to fix the outside, you will ruin everything. So for all of you out there, stop with the incredibly stupid shit of moving Robert Hunt to tackle. Okay? It sounds dumb. It shows you have no football IQ. Are we clear now? I hope so. Yes, Sean.
Apparently during the McDaniel presser, he's saying that Armstead may try to give it a go this Sunday.
They told me that last night.
Okay. Just so you know, I'm just saying it was out there. And Jackson is out is pretty much ruled out.
Yeah. Somebody told me that last night that Armstead may try to give it a go, but it's one of those things. It's pain tolerance, it's flexibility. How much does it stop you from doing your job? I'm sure he's going to wear some kind of a harness to try to limit the mobility of it so he can try to keep it in place and doesn't maybe force it to a point where it creates a bigger tear. I kind of get the feeling that he's not going to make it this week, but somebody told me last night that he might give it a go. I heard that. All right, we are hopefully going to get Omar Kelly here in this hour coming up. Hopefully at noon, we'll get him. What else do we have here? They moved our best interior lineman to center for O's reason. This is out there in front of Tua in every snap. I know. You cannot ruin the pocket. You cannot ruin the pocket. Okay? Cannot. You just got to find a way to shore up the sides, but the pocket has been awesome. It's been better now with Robert Jones there. So I would stay away from trying to do any of that, to be quite honest with you. Hey, Rick Allen, drummer from Def Leppard, is coming to the Wentworth Gallery. Yes, sir. Special in-person appearance. He's got a lot of fine art. December 11th at 4 p.m. at Las Olas. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to reach out to Rick Allen, drummer for Def Leppard. I'm going to get him on the show. It's, it's Rock of Ages, still rolling. Keep it rolling. Sean, send Omar a link for noon. He will be joining us at noon. So we will have a little fun with him. Okay. All right. So we'll have him at noon. Got to reach out to Rick Allen. I'll do this when I get off the air today. I will reach out to Rick Allen so we can get him on. Last time he was here for one of those events, he came to see me personally and signed some autographs. One of you brought a guitar and everything. When I told you Rick Allen was coming to Twin Peaks, I was doing a show at Twin Peaks. And I told Rick, hey, come on over here to Twin Peaks and we'll promote it. And he came by and we did the show. And that was actually cool. So I will reach out to Rick and try to get him on as soon as possible so we can promote his event on the 11th. In fact, you know what? Maybe I can go to the event. Actually, I'd love to go down there and check it out. Isn't that in that open? Don't you have a Rick Allen picture? And I think we have that in the what's that called? That montage.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
Right there. That was Rick Allen with me at Twin Peaks. That was Rick Allen right there. I figured it was in that one, and we stuck it in the in that thing that we play at the top of the hour sometimes when we're about to go on the air to get the whole thing going. Don't quit your day job, Oh, I will never quit my day job, and I know I can't sing, so it's all good. But I tell you, deep down inside, that's probably what I really wish I was a rock singer. That would be probably my my ultimate job. That would be something that I would love to be. No shot at it, but the Lord did not bless me with with those vocal cords to do that. He said, nah, we'll give you enough talent to talk shit on the air. Oh, okay. All right, I'll do that. And so guess what? We've been talking shit for 33 years. That's our calling in life right there, baby. I most definitely would not play Armstead this week. Injury might get worse and rest him. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they won't. Big O, don't sing. He travels with the band. Exactly. That's it. That's what I do. And Big O, please remind all Dolphin fans making the trip to the game in Santa Clara, not in San Francisco, 45-minute drive closest to San Jose. Yes, sir. I like San Jose. So it's a nice little place. Do we have time? Oh, no, we don't. It is noon. All right, let's do this. We are at the top of the hour. Give me 2 minutes. Omar Kelly is going to join us on the other side. I also got to I want to break something down on the Dolphins end after Omar Kelly. Still got to give you my 2 cents on the Panthers. The Heat take on the Celtics tonight. USA beat Iran. And University of Miami football, they've got some issues too. We'll talk about that and many more things. Hour number 3 of the Big O Radio Show. And it is, of course, mastered by the one and only Sean Stanley right here on the Sports Talk 305 network.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines. If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CS, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time to talk Aqua and Orange, Miami Dolphins fans. It's the Essential Moving Experts Miami Dolphins Exchange with Omar Kelly. When you're looking to move your home or business anywhere in the U.S. from coast to coast, call Essential Moving Experts at 305-602-8369. Flat rates and no surprise charges. EssentialMovingExperts.com. 305-602-8369. Let's talk Dolphins football. Here's Omar Kelly.
All righty, there he is. How you feeling, bro? You feeling good?
I'm good, man. Getting ready for an Atlanta live tour date and to shoot some episodes, start off season 4. So I'm at my barbershop trying to get a haircut. I know people say, well, you got dreads. What do you need a haircut? Don't you see this beard? Needs to be managed, Big O.
Yes. Yeah, you gotta trim everything, bro. And no matter what, even with your dreads and everything, there's always like little parts that you got to trim.
Absolutely.
The back of your neck,
yeah.
right, and the back of your neck, right? I mean, you
Yeah.
always got to clean that shit out, bro, because you just don't want to like look tight and then there's like this fuzz coming out of the back of your neck. You're
That's
like,
right.
whoa.
You're a long hair ponytail guy, so you know the real.
Yeah,
you know the reality.
exactly. Yeah, you gotta clean it up in the back there, bro. Of course, I'm with you all the way on that. So, you didn't really get to cover a lot of sexy, but the Dolphins are sexy. They're flexing them now. They moved them up to the Chargers
I
game
believe,
from 405 to
in,
820. That's nice.
I believe the last time they got flexed was probably Gase's 2016. So
Right.
they've had 2016, maybe 2008. They've had good runs. The question is, can they sustain it? And I'm not doubting that they can. To me, the biggest
That's
concern
the difference now, right? That's the
Yeah.
difference now. You got a real quarterback, a real offense, a real offensive coordinator.
no real offensive line.
No, well, yeah, there's some injuries, obviously, but my point is that you have the kind of offense that is sexy to the general fan out there.
You have a
know
top
what
5
I mean?
rated offense. Yeah.
Yeah.
You keep scoring 30 points. You'll get on national television. The question is, how do you respond to that spotlight? I think this game, I've always circled this game as probably one of the biggest games of the season. I think it will continue to be. I think it will be the biggest game of the season. You win this game against the 49ers, despite all the things that you got going on, primarily the offensive line, because I feel Teron Armstead against the NFL's #1 defense is a recipe for disaster. No Teron Armstead, recipe for disaster. Now, can Mike McDaniel create a game plan that can compensate for what's missing and the losses? Because we saw what happened against, last week when Teron Armstead went out. Tua couldn't even operate without pressure in his face. And the question is, can a game plan, and I'm curious to see this, can a game plan counteract that against the NFL's #1 defense?
Right. I got you. And listen, for me, I've been talking about this. I think you're going to get Greg Little at left tackle. They'll move Brandon Shell back to right tackle. I felt so terrible for that kid when they moved him all the way to left right away.
I mean, it didn't help that Austin Jackson was a turnstile.
No, I mean, well, yeah, exactly. No, and he re-injures the ankle. So it's like, okay, so you really weren't 100% healthy when you got back. So if you re-injured it that easy.
I think he's not good.
No, he's not.
Let's raise the bar and the standard to the point where we can acknowledge that a first-round pick is not good. And I think
Brandon Shell showed more consistency in 3 weeks than Austin Jackson has in 3 years, bro. That's it. That's all.
All you need to know.
That's all you need to know. And, I get it that he was showing improvement in the offseason, the preseason, all that. But, brother, that doesn't count. You got to show it in the regular season at one point or another. And now you can't even be relied on to be a player or to get on the damn field now. So that you got 2 strikes already on your
what's interesting to me, because I was thinking about the issue that they're having. Who is that 6th guy? Who is that 6th guy that gets the call up? Is it Dieter? Because you can
they've got him focused on center the entire time, just in case something happens to Connor.
No.
That's why Robert Jones got the call at left guard.
Yeah. No. When I say the 6th man, I mean the 6th man now. Obviously, Robert Jones was the 7th man. But can you put the center at left tackle, the position he played in college, and put Dieter there at center and give yourself a better chance? Or do you need the center to continue to he'll talk about that this week. They got to figure out the right way to get the chemistry, because do you have a left tackle?
Yeah, Greg Little is the guy that's going to have to play left tackle, unfortunately. The problem is, as I've told everybody, you can't touch what's in the middle. That would be incredibly stupid. You can't move Connor, you can't move Robert Jones, and you can't move Hunt. That's the pocket for Tua. You can adjust with the outside pass rushers, and you could try to lead them to the outside. You can chip them. You can add a 6th lineman.
You can help. Yeah.
But if you screw up the middle, you can't fix that. You cannot fix that. If in the game they're penetrating the middle, it's done for Tua. It's done.
here the question has to be, one, can Connor Williams make that transition and jump to left tackle? He played left guard throughout his career, played left tackle in college. Would he be better than Greg Little? And I don't know. I don't know. Or is it Greg Little better or Michael Dieter better? Who's the better player? And I don't know the answer to that question.
Greg Little right now. Greg Little is the better player right now because he's the only guy that's played left tackle at the NFL level. And what you do is you help him out. You put Smythe next to him. You have the fullback ready to chip. You have the running back ready to chip. You mix it up a little bit. Bosa, by the way, lines up on the left side.
Yeah.
So it's actually Shell that's going to have to deal with Bosa more than anybody else. But again, for me, it would be catastrophic to F with the middle of that line and F with Tua's pocket that has been clean the last few weeks with those guys in place. Since this kid took over Reichenberg, it has been a clean pocket for Tua. He needs something to step into away from the outside rush. You create another problem.
You could create another problem, or and I'm just thinking out loud here, or you can, because Dieter is a competent center, and I like guys who play with that desperation, and Dieter's playing for his career. Like if he gets into a game, he's playing for his career. So
yeah, I've talked to him, and he seems like he's dying to prove himself right and prove everybody else right. He's really motivated for his next opportunity. But kudos to him. He's been very professional about it throughout the entire thing. So I give him credit for that.
Or could you, Robert Hunt played. No, he hasn't played in the NFL, but he played right tackle. I don't know what they're gonna do. And
you don't need right tackle. You're fine with Shell at right tackle.
No. I'm saying he's played left tackle. I don't feel comfortable at all with what they got going on there. Like nothing.
I get it. We're all nervous. I get it. It's a hell of a pass rush they're facing. Both weeks. This week and with the Chargers. You're facing Bosa each week, and you got to deal with Khalil Mack also with the Chargers. So yeah, it's going to be a pain in the ass.
Now, if Teron Armstead can't come back this season,
he'll come back. He'll come back this year. No, he'll come back. He'll come back. I'm told he's going to try to make it a go in the next week or two. So it all depends on mobility and how much.
This was a Super Bowl contending team with Teron Armstead. I'm not sure that they are without him, and it just shows you the importance of one player and an offensive line. And it broke my heart, but these things happen in the NFL. And
funny because you lose Byron Jones and you've been able to survive without him. Then you lose Nick Needham, you've been able to survive without him. And you lose Brandon Jones, and you lose Brandon Jones, and you've been able to survive.
Emmanuel Ogba. You lose Emmanuel Ogba. You're able to survive.
Yeah, but at least with Ogba, you lost him after you already acquired Chubb. So that helped you out that at least you had the guy to replace him, actually a better guy to replace him on a full-time basis. But that's why I think picking on Boyer is silly. I think he's done a phenomenal job overall with all those injuries in the secondary and has to adjust and all that. But we found something out. You can't replace McDaniel. You can't replace Tua. And you can't replace Armstead. I mean, it's just those are three guys you can't replace. Other guys, you might be able to cover it up, survive, get by, whatever. But, brother, Tua and Armstead? Well, Tua for sure. Let's see what happens the next 2 weeks without Armstead.
I think that they'll be looking at what is a permanent solution in case Armstead. Because, I mean, you can't have a left tackle basically destroy your season. The absence of a left tackle destroy your season and put a cap on what you're capable of and where you can go. And unfortunately, that seems to be the case. But this is what the NFL is. It's going to happen to Kansas City. It's going to happen to Buffalo. It's going to happen to Baltimore. So you're no exception.
And by the way, that's another great thing about McDaniel this season. In his rookie year, he has faced a crap ton of adversity, bro. From off the field and all the clown stuff that went on with the owners. And then on the field, all the injuries that he's had to. And then on top of that, he had to kind of reconstruct his quarterback back and all that. He has overall, dude, if you look at his work, man, it has been amazing because he has been tested over and over again every single week as a coach. Because
here comes the real test. Here comes the real test. This is it right here. This is it.
Every test has been real for him, bro.
Nah, it don't get no realer than this one. It don't get no realer than this one.
That's the same shit you and everybody else was saying before the first 4 weeks of this year. Oh, the first 4 weeks will determine who they are and this, that. Everybody was saying that.
I don't believe in that. I'm not even talking about the strength of schedule. I don't do strength of schedule, strength of opponent, road games. No. I'm looking at what are you missing and how do you compensate for it? And as you know, I'm a big O-line guy. That O-line without Teron Armstead, it really doesn't belong in the NFL. And you gotta have him back. And hopefully Greg Little will look at this as a challenge. Look at this as his opportunity to cement himself and prove he's a borderline starter and deserves to an opportunity, can go out there and get a new contract. Because I need that drive and hunger and determination because, man, the season's in your hands, Greg Little, right now.
Yeah. No, I'm with you there. By the way, did you see the mic'd up video of Mike McDaniel this past week?
I did. And I saw his conversation with Tua.
And that's for those of you that didn't catch it. The best part about this is it shows their relationship.
I woke up like at 3, like when I go to sleep. So I was thinking about when you randomly hit me up that you're YouTubing me. Yeah. And so then I YouTube you and saw this Trent Dilfer thing showing all this high school from you. And bro, your technique was trash.
Did it stop? Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You can't hear it? You can't hear it? Huh? Did he freeze? He froze on us now? There it is. Okay. You couldn't hear it? What happened? You couldn't hear it? You there? Not yet? No. Don't you love live? That's why we love doing live. Because you just got to go on the fly and adjust. No, being down 28-7 wasn't a test, according to Omar. No. Omar, you there finally? Let's see.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
What happened? You couldn't hear it or something?
I can hear it. I know what it went super echoey. I think it messed up our connection. It is what it is.
Okay.
I heard it. The funny thing is, and I said this on Twitter, and people said I was LeBron Jamesing. I was literally just watching that exact same video. I've seen it before with Trent Dilfer about how Tua really came out of nowhere with Elite 11 and the technique, right. and he challenged him, and Tua's the greatest quarterback, and Trent Dilfer has been on that. You of all people know exactly how I feel about Trent Dilfer because we've talked about it at the Senior Bowl. I think Trent Dilfer is the greatest evaluator of quarterback in this era. And when he gave Tua those props, I took it extremely seriously. Even at the Super Bowl, I remember I hunted him down and I got him on record, despite the injury, saying Tua will be a legend. Tua will be it. Tua has it. And wrote a column about it. And I'm like, and I remember watching that. I remember watching that live when it was on ESPN. And I was like, I don't know about that. Who is this Tua kid? Then you discover who Tua is. I remember watching that when he was at Alabama, the same clip that McDaniels had. And I literally was watching it last week. Literally, I was out somewhere driving and I was looking at it. And I was listening to it in my car.
But it to me, the best part was that it's a great relationship. And it's a teacher and a student and a player that is willing to be coached and trusts his coach, and a coach that trusts his player too in the process. And
a coach that is not taking himself.
It's what you need. It's what you need, by the way, from every coach and quarterback. There has to be kind of a symbiotic relationship has to be, and that's
it's a
what
coach who
seems
doesn't
like.
take himself super seriously,
Right,
and
yeah, sure.
is very relatable. Did you watch the Andrew Hawkins thing
Yes,
on?
I saw that a couple weeks back. Yes, yeah, he talked about McDaniel, how he knew he was going to be a star and all that, and how he got the
he
best
was watching crossover, Iverson crossover, and showing us how to release. I remember talking to Santana Moss about Mike McDaniel when he was in Washington, and this was before Mike McDaniel was even ever on the radar. And I remember we were shooting an I Am Athlete episode long time ago, and Santana Moss was talking about Mike McDaniel and Josh McDaniel and Mike McDaniel, and just how relatable they are, how young they are, how innovative they are, and it stood out. And I think he's been everything everybody said that he was. People said he was a genius, and he's proven that he is a genius. Now the question is, was he the genius behind the Kyle Shanahan? And we shall soon find out. Even though I think he's got a monumental task of trying to address that offensive line without Teron Armstead. Now, I'm curious to see how jazzed up the running game will be, and which back, Mostert or Kyle Wilson, will be healthy enough to play. Or is this going to be a Myles Gaskin game? I think this is a tremendous challenge for them. And I've always thought this was going to be a tremendous challenge. And I'm looking forward to next week against the Herbert Tua showdown. So this is just such a great stretch of the season.
So let me ask you something. What do you know about the Shanahan and McDaniel relationship?
They've been close friends ever since they were in Denver. They've been
well. There's some talk that they really aren't that close. Did you know that ESPN is doing a piece on the Shanahan tree?
Yeah.
And so they asked him.
Phenomenal tree, by the way.
Yes, exactly. But they asked him, well, give us the guys to go interview. And he said, yeah, go interview McVay, go interview LaFleur, and go interview Robert Saleh. Okay. They left out Mike McDaniel. So, and if you notice in the press conferences, he's doing his best to avoid it and say, no, I'm not going to make it about me and all of that. And, there's some talk that Shanahan's a little pissed off about that they call McDaniel the brains or the wonder kid behind the offense. So I'm hearing, as somebody told me, that that relationship between those two really isn't as rosy as some people say it is.
I've seen them interact at the owners meeting here in Palm Beach. Didn't seem like there was beef, but this could be just because this is the week. I'd be curious to see if they talk to each other during the season.
Yeah, well, I don't know about during the season. I doubt they did.
No, coaches talk to each other during the season all the time. Coaches talk to each other, communicate, not when they're playing each other, but
from what I'm telling you, I don't know if there's a lot of communication going on between the two. I don't know. That's I wonder if people will start to dig about this and try to unearth a little bit more about maybe that the relationship is
Shanahan took him wherever he went.
Yeah. Well, I mean, good coaches are good coaches, right? I mean, you're going to take a good coach with you. He's still your coach. You know what I mean? So you never know. There's even talk that Shanahan might have cock-blocked him a couple times from leaving.
Come on, bro. I don't believe none of that.
Okay. Well, you didn't believe me that Flo was going to get fired either, but that's fine. It's all well and good.
You didn't know Flo was going to get fired. You said Flo should get fired, and I agree with you. I did not agree with you on that, but you said he should have gotten fired.
I think you need to go back and watch those videos, and I would tell you, hey, Flo's going to get fired at the end. Oh, you're crazy. That's how you would answer.
Bro, we talked in the season. We talked in the season finale, and that was not what you were saying.
Omar, anyway. Whose memory are you going to go off? Yours or mine? Seriously.
Wow, I feel attacked right
Seriously. No, but
I feel attacked.
The proof is on. All right, there's over 500 people. Whose memory are you guys going over? Big O's or Omar?
I feel personally attacked on that.
Put it in there. Whose memory are you guys going to go
Listen,
off of?
your listeners
Omar's
know they
or
listen
mine?
to you for a month. You said he should be fired because he cannot fix the offense. You never said anything about him having shitty relationships with everybody in the organization.
What are you talking about? I told you over and over he was going roughshod through the building. What are you talking about, dude?
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Let's move to the next subject.
Yeah.
Listen.
You all of a sudden remembered that word, roughshod, right? You remember
Probably
that
you
word.
said it. Probably you said it after he got fired. You didn't say it. I don't know if you said it before he got fired.
Oh my
I don't
God.
know. I don't know.
See, Big O, Omar, you've got selective memory. Big O. Come on.
This is your audience, your crowd.
No, they love you. They love you too.
You said so many things to them every single day.
They may not agree with me or you or everybody else.
You were preaching he should be fired a month into the season before the comeback. And I said,
during the winning streak, I was telling you he was going to get fired. During the winning streak.
Maybe. I'll give you a maybe on that.
Okay.
What were you saying the week after his final game? You never said he's going to get fired.
I did. I remember in that post game, I said, well, he'll get fired tomorrow or whatever. And you're like, oh, get out of here.
We got somebody. It's on the internet. Somebody will find it.
Oh no, it's on there. It's on there. You can go back and they'll find it and they'll say, hey, you'll find parts where I'll say he should get fired, and you'll find parts where I say he's going to get fired. He's going to get fired. And all of you, by the way, it's not just you. It's Joe Shad, Poupart. Everybody was like, no, you're crazy. You're out of your mind. Whatever. It is what it is. Big O and Omar is always the best part of the show. You see? They love you.
Listen.
Oh.
What are they going to do with this run game? Who's playing? Can they?
Wilson Jr., I think they saved Mostert for this week. That's what I think. Because it's Houston. Like, they're the worst. Okay, so Wilson's been running well. We'll use the backups. Let's say Mostert's injury prone, so it's really smart to hold him out anyways.
And now what do you think about this Mostert beef? And where did that come from?
The Mostert beef. What do you mean?
Him and the wide receiver for 49ers where
or Deebo Samuel?
Yeah.
No, I don't know what happened as it is, we never really know what goes on sometimes behind the scenes between guys and all that kind of stuff. So I have no idea what this whole beef. What is the beef about?
Something that Tua he defended Tua, and he said Tua now that he's got a quarterback that can throw the deep ball, and he was praising Tua, and they took that as a shot to Jimmy Garoppolo. Apparently, I was trying to catch up to what the beef was about myself. But yeah, it's nobody needs extra motivation for this game. I'm sorry, this is a big game. This game should be on that. This game should be nationally televised.
Well, it's a 4 o'clock game. There's only like 2 or 3 games on 4 o'clock, so it'll usually get a lot of the love. Sean, did you have something for us? Because he popped in.
No, I was going to say it was about Mostert did an interview or a podcast or something, and he said they've got a quarterback that can sling it. Now he has a quarterback that can sling it around the field, and they took that to mean a shot at Jimmy G, and that's what started, which Omar was talking about.
Jimmy G is the 4th highest rated quarterback in the NFL. Tua is the number 1 highest rated quarterback in the NFL. It's a showdown. Let's see. Protege versus mentor. It's a showdown. Let's see. I'm curious. Yeah. Kyle Shanahan and Mike McDaniel, they grew up together in Denver. Like, let's be real about it. Like, so, the student takes on the teacher, or the older peer takes on the younger peer, however you want to paint it. It's going to be one hell of a game. Tyreek Hill versus the number 1 defense in the NFL. Going to be a hell of a game.
In your eyes, is Chris Greer up for Executive of the Year?
Yeah. Depends on how high they. I mean, nobody's going to be Howie Roseman.
And
nobody's
going to be up for Coach of the Year, right?
Yeah, but nobody's going to be Howie Roseman.
Well, yeah, you're right. If it continues on this path,
they're going to have a clean sweep of everything. Coach of the Year, MVP, Executive of the Year, clean sweep.
Well, no, he's not. No. The MVP's in Kansas City. Not even close. That's not even up for debate. Don't even try.
I don't think so. I think it's Jalen Hurts.
Are you kidding me, dude? Are you kidding me? Come on, bro. Mahomes is the guy. By far, he's the guy. Tua's number 2. I would put Tua number 2.
Nah, it's Jalen Hurts.
Passing numbers are sick.
Passing
numbers are sick.
But anyway, whoever has the best record in the AFC, the number 1 seed in the AFC is going to win MVP. Whoever that is, whether it's,
Mahomes' numbers are sick.
Whoever has the best record, because the Philadelphia Eagles aren't in the AFC. Patrick Mahomes, he's won it before. Voters won't want to give it to him again. He's done it with that. Yeah. Oh yeah, they're gonna give it to Jalen Hurts. They're gonna no question.
I disagree, bro. He lost Tyreek, and he's adjusted really well. He doesn't really have a number 1 receiver anymore on that team. He has Kelsey, obviously. The running backs have been kind of a rotation of different guys back there. Now it looks like what's the name of the kid with the Hispanic name? Looks like he might be taking over now. I forgot. I'm brain farting now with the kid, Pacheco. And so it looks like he might be taking over at the running back spot. But, man, his numbers, bro. It's hard to disagree with his numbers, bro. His numbers are special.
Hey, Jalen Hurts rushing and receiving MVP numbers better than Lamar when Lamar won MVP. So we shall see.
He's actually a slightly better passer than Lamar. Lamar continues to have his issues. You saw that kid that went after him, like, well, if you want $250,000, you got to drive the team to more than field goals and stuff.
I'm not even going to address that. Lamar had a moment of weakness and told somebody to eat a bag of whatever, or hey, don't go listen. And this is this generation. They'll go check their name on Twitter right after a game. Bad mistake.
Yeah, no, especially. Well, like Harbaugh said, especially after a loss, don't go to Twitter after a loss. You are toast overall. All right, so what's the prediction this week? What do you think happens?
I think that they will lose. I can't get past the Teron Armstead's loss. And this is just a situation, man, where you gotta bunker down until this offensive line gets right. And if they do win, it's going to be because Greg Little had a career game and miraculous performance. I have no hope or faith in Austin Jackson being any good. And I'm fine with Schnell being out there at right tackle. I feel more comfortable with him there.
I agree. It's better than any of the guys you have behind Armstead trying to play left tackle. So you're at least keep some. That's why I'm saying from the left guard all the way to the right tackle, keep normalcy there, and then do whatever you have to do on the left side. And luckily this week, the badass pass rusher lined up in front of Shell anyway.
Yeah.
So that at least that doesn't take you so much out of whack. The following week, I believe, the other Bosa plays on the other side, actually. So then that'll become a real pain in the hand. So, all right, Omar, tell them about I Am Athlete, man.
As I told you, we're doing a live tour Thursday in Atlanta, so it's probably about 40 tickets left. It's going to be a good show, and then we're taping some episodes. So I'd have to kill you if I told you who we're talking to.
What's the plug for the barbershop?
Stay Fresh in North Miami.
Do they talk a lot of shit in the barbershop, or is it just really calm and nobody talks? What kind of barbershop is it?
It's an empty, quiet barbershop, which means it's my favorite type of barbershop. They do talk. They do talk sports. I literally was in there talking. Literally, the guy reminded me. Hey man, ain't you supposed to be doing the Big O show? And I said, oh shit.
Okay. All right. So then good. They're Big O show subscribers.
Yeah, they are Big O show listeners. Yes, they are.
Well, tell them that we love them for that. All right. Maybe I could go down there and get a haircut. There we go. All right. Omar, be good, my brother. I appreciate you.
You too.
Thank you. There you go. It is the Essential Moving Experts Miami Dolphins Exchange with the one and only Omar Kelly.
You've been listening to the Essential Moving Experts Miami Dolphins Exchange with Omar Kelly. When you're looking for local, home, long moving services, or office relocation, call Essential Moving Experts at 305-602-8369. Flat rates and no surprise charges. EssentialMovingExperts.com. 305-602-8369. Miami Dolphins fans, follow Big O Radio Show on all platforms and keep up with your favorite NFL team.
For a trip out there, bro. Omar needs to see a psychiatrist. I don't know how he has terrible memory. How does he not remember that many times I told all of the guys he's going roughshod through the building. I used that exact line. It shook his memory. His bad memory got shook when I said that. And he was like, oh, yeah. You know, it was like one of those deals. By the way, Sean and the great people at Essential Moving Experts, if you are moving anywhere in the country, you call them at 844-368-5750, and you can get $150 off if you mention me. Long moving services, home moving services, long distance moving services, office relocation. I believe if the job is over $3,000, you can get $250 off. Moving is never as easy as it is with Essential Moving Experts. Sean Williams and the great people there, they do an awesome job. They've got over like 1,700 clients that have already said these folks do an awesome job. And one of the things, flat rates, no surprise charges, safe and efficient loading and unloading practices at all times. So check them out at essentialmovingexperts.com. All right. Omar remembers Big O, but he suppresses any memory that proves him wrong. Oh, man. Let's see. What else do we have going on the show? I will tell you this. Omar is absolutely awesome. He's a great dude. He's a great sport. He has fun with this stuff. You know what I mean? And what I like about Omar is it's like some of us, you know, you're going to get stuff right. You're going to get stuff wrong. You're going to roll with it, bro. What are you going to do? None of us are going to be right all the time. We're going to get a bunch of stuff wrong. I know I'm going to get a bunch of stuff wrong, you know? So it happens. Like I was telling you about the Geno Smith thing earlier in the show. Like, never saw that shit coming. Dead ass wrong there, bro. I never even thought he would be a good quarterback even coming out of West Virginia. And you got to give him credit, man. He's hung in there. You know, that's how it is sometimes. Dolphins can stop the run, just not a running QB. Jimmy G isn't a running QB. That will help out. You are correct. They've done pretty well against the run. They have struggled against athletic quarterbacks that can run. That has become a real pain in the ass. I mean, that's not just a Dolphins thing, by the way. There's a lot of teams that can't catch Justin Fields and Lamar Jackson. Okay? There's a lot of teams. And who else am I missing? Who's the other guy that plays like that? Kyler Murray's hard to catch. He just has not been able to put together the passing part of it. And let me tell you, the Kyler Murray stuff, that is coming to a head. It's been long enough now, and he doesn't cross the threshold. He's never played the way Tua's played for stretches here at the beginning of the year and now during this 5-game stretch. He's never had stretches like that in his entire career. But certain guys, man, Justin Fields, Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, that's not just a Miami Dolphins thing. Anybody that faces those guys and Josh Allen It's a pain in the ass, especially Josh is even more of a pain in the ass because he's actually also a passer too. Not necessarily that accurate this year, by the way, but he still can pass the hell and run, man. Those type of cats, they just create all kinds of issues for defenses, man. Big O, I would focus on replacing Armstead with a new left tackle and Ingold help. Leave the rest of the O-line alone. By the way, it's amazing how Tehran makes the tackle position look easy, right? Doesn't he? Because when you watch him, okay, I'll say it in an insulting way. When you watch him, it looks like he's lazily just hanging out and just chews up the guy. Jonathan Ogden would do the same thing. You know, the great linemen are like that. They just toy with the guy. And it doesn't look like it looks effortless. It looks like Tehran really isn't like having to work hard to stop. And he is, obviously, but his technique is so impeccable that you can't get around him. So he doesn't allow you. And think about this. This is with a toe injury that he's been doing this. And I think that's why they took – I'm now learning, while we all question the pick because of his injury situation, I'm now learning why they signed him too and why New Orleans kept him around for a while, even with the injuries, because he'll play through a lot of injuries and he'll play injured and he'll play at a high level injured. And it's really weird because that's just not normal. So he's a great leader. He's trying to help groom the other guys too in the process. There's a lot of positives that I've learned. It reminds me a lot of the Tua situation. Like Tua, for me, scared the shit out of me with the injuries coming out of college, right? And I understood you stay away from him because of the injuries, right? And then you got him, and I said, okay, well, then, this guy can play. He might have an injury history, and maybe he breaks down or whatever, but this mother effer can play. He can throw the ball. He can sling it. That I was always convinced about because I saw it at Alabama. But my ignorance, again, wrong. I learned that it wasn't that he was injury prone because it just happens every time they hit him, he breaks down. No. Most of his injuries came from him holding on to the ball 4 to 5 seconds. And I proved it to you, and I showed you. I showed you the videos. I showed you the time of each of the injuries. And sure enough, and now he's learned to get rid of the football. He's done it several times in the last 3 weeks. He's slid. He's not taking shots anymore. These are the things that put him out. So, yeah, he's been injury prone, but there's a reason to why he's been injury prone, because he made bad decisions with the football and put his body at risk. But he's not injury prone like Yatil Green injury prone. Okay, that's a different kind of injury prone. That's a guy that would get injured without any kind of contact all the time. Devontae Parker, injury prone. And again, see, in life, we all have to be open to understanding what we're watching and then assess it and say, well, wait a minute. I'm not looking at this the right way. And that's what I failed at when looking at Tua's injuries. At first, I just labeled him injury prone like everybody else, but it's really lazy. When you really look at the crux of his issues, the ankle injury, the hip injury, that big-ass concussion, it all came from one mistake that he made, not necessarily bad luck. Yatil Green, Devontae Parker, that's just bad luck. Sam Bradford, that's just bad luck. These are people that their bodies cannot hold up, and they don't even need any contact. The game itself does enough damage to them that they break down automatically. That's not Tua's issue. Tua's not waking up with I strained my hammy. I got this injury in my ankle. I got an arm injury. No. It's from one problem that he can avoid. Stop holding on to the football. And that's where I failed to look at his injury history and just dismiss it and say he's Devontae Parker. He's, and so on and so forth. And he's not those kind of guys. He's just got to be a lot smarter with the football. And let's hope let's hope he continues down the path that he's been the last 3 weeks. The bad luck was when he got spun up like a pretzel this past week, but he didn't get injured. He got up, walked away, lived to fight another day. Fine. Get rid of that football, baby. Get rid of that football. Brian Looper says, Big O, besides Armstead, who in your mind was the best O-lineman to play for the Dolphins who has Armstead's type of play on the field? Are you talking about the past? Richmond Webb. Richmond Webb was exceptional at pass protection. He played like that too. He'd engulf a guy, and he was great in pass protection. So yeah. The really good ones, they make it look so easy. Yeah, Will Fuller, Zach, nice job by you. That's one of those kind of guys. And that's where I effed up labeling him the same way as those guys when it's not. His injury history is fixable. And he's doing it. Thank the Lord, he's doing it. You're going to take enough hits as it is. You got to survive the regular hits, and he can survive the regular hits. Do not let them coil back and all of a sudden, build up 4 or 5 seconds of, anger and frustration and unload on your ass. That you don't need. And by the way, we played the soundbite of McDaniel and Tua on the sidelines. And that whole 10-minute clip was just beautiful. The way McDaniel communicates with his players, the way he keeps it loose, the way he's constantly communicating with guys, congratulating them on the field. If something he doesn't like, he'll say it. All of those kind of things. I just think that he's the kind of guy that is built for today's player in general, of course. And he communicates. He tells you exactly how he feels. And he does it in a very disarming way, which is a beautiful thing about McDaniel. He doesn't do it where he's talking down to people. He doesn't do it where he's trying to be intimidating and, yeah, you did a good job there. And like there's no emotion behind it and all that kind of stuff. No, he doesn't do any of that. And that's absolutely amazing how he's able to communicate, keep things loose. And even if it's a negative thing, he's telling it in a respectful and lighthearted manner where it's kind of it's kind of like an after the fact type of thing, like you know what I'm talking about, like that kind of thing, like it's an understanding, and that his team, his players, they are already used to this kind of communication. And clearly, man, we have yet to see a game where it doesn't look like they're not trying, or there's not emotion in the game. They find a way to stay in it. Even in the stretches without Tua, that defense fought all the way to the end. The offense, God bless it, it's just not as good, but it was trying to, put up some points and trying to win games. The effort was always there. And as I told you, why I didn't think there would be a letdown against the Texans, and there was in that first half, but then everything happened in the second half, and I think there was a little bit of that because it's human nature. Once you're up by 30-0, the opponent ain't shit at that point. But I don't think there'll be a let-up for the next couple of weeks. And last week, why? Because of that 3-game losing streak. I told you about it last week. I said that 3-game losing streak was the wake-up call that they needed. And everything about this team, man, is really, really likable. They just need a little bit more talent. And I think another offseason, I think that this team can kind of fix it. One of the things that they're going to they need to try to get, whether it's in the draft or not, you need to go get yourself a young tackle. one that McDaniel and Applebaum and Frank and all these guys are really happy with, and a guy that can play left tackle and play right tackle, but is your future left tackle. You need to find that guy now this offseason in the draft. I think that's incredibly important for the Miami Dolphins because of Teron Armstead's injury history. And he's a guy that is, unlike Tua, injury prone. Can't explain it. It's just something that most of us can't control. It happens to you, and it's a brutal game, and most everybody, their bodies can't hold up to stuff like this, to this kind of pounding. You know what I'm saying? It's a challenge, man. Wow. All right. Let's see. What else do we have? Amen. We have a team. It is so easy for me to block out the noise. The franchise has a bright future. It does. It does. It has an incredibly bright future. And that's the beauty of what's been going on with this team. Let me see something here. Okay. All right. All right. By the way, I forgot to check. Remember, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. I think I haven't missed any of the Cash Apps. I mean, the Super Chats that you guys sent. True Fin Fan, Mostert said, we have a guy that can fling it. Debo responded by saying, be real to yourself, bro, as in Tua can't play or better than Jimmy. Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out, right? I guess we'll find out. Thank you, True Fin Fan. As always, my brother, appreciate the loyalty as always, keeping it locked here. And remember, Cash App, Cash Big O Show on Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show is the way to also make a donation on the program. The Panthers, they lost yesterday to the Flames 6-2. Mr. Maurice. Let me talk about Mr. Maurice. So far, unimpressed with Maurice, unimpressed with the season. Bob, yesterday, this is pathetic. You face 23 shots and you allow 6. It's slightly over 25%. I don't know the exact number because 25% would be 6 of 24. If you score 6 out of only 23 shots, a mere 23 shots, any good goalie should allow either 0 or 1. A great goalie should be like, wow, 23 shots, I got a night off. I'm squeezing the bottle on the net a whole bunch tonight. I mean, 23 shots in a night, you're facing 7 in a period? Are you kidding me? And yesterday, Paul Maurice was asked, and I saw David Dwork's tweet, and I retweeted it because it was weak-ass tweet. Not by David, I'm saying by Maurice. And they asked him about how the team can get back on track. He says, get Barkov back. You know what? There's only one problem with that. They were 7-8 in the last 15 games of Barkov. They're still over 500 right now at 10-9-4. They were under 500 with Barkov. Look, I haven't done a lot of Panthers talk because it hasn't been good. And all I'm going to do is complain and bitch and moan and get frustrated that I thought they were headed in the right direction. I thought they were doing all the right things. And now I'm wondering, did you screw it up and take a step back? And I get that you had to get a little tougher, but do you have to change the scheme that you have? Can you get just tougher players? Better players on defense? Better goaltending? I'm just saying, Paul Maurice It has not been impressive. And I hope that this is, we're 23 games into the season. So you're over a quarter of the season already. And you're a 500 team. I got to say, it's frustrating to watch the Panthers, man. I've hung in there with this franchise forever. I've been super patient with this franchise forever. I've been super supportive of this franchise, always will be. Doug Sifu and Vinny Viola, they are good people and they mean well and they've done a phenomenal job of commitment. You know what I'm saying? But, God, let's go. I thought this was the begin. Last year, I thought it was, okay, now they've turned the corner. And you're threatening me with missing the playoffs at this pace. Really? You go and add Tkachuk and you're going to be this bad? They got Vancouver on Thursday on the road at 10 o'clock. We'll see how they get it done. But I got to say, man, it's not fun to watch. Not fun to watch. Heat are on tonight. They are at the Celtics. Celtics, by the way, are favored by 9.5 points. The over and under is 224.5. Boston is minus 425 on the money line. Miami is plus 340 on the money line. The only thing that I like about what's going to go on tonight is I'm intrigued to see this new Heat look with the three young guys. And can Bam do what he's done in the last two games in this game? Can Tyler Hero become a guy that helps out in other areas, not just scoring? And Caleb Martin, I just think, is an incredibly important player to this team. If he can play the way he's been playing in the last three games, where he has been shooting lights out from the field from three-point range, defense, rebounding, assists, very little. I think it's 9 assists to 2 turnovers in the last 3 games. So his assist to turnover ratio has been incredibly efficient. His scoring has been out of this world. He's like shooting in the 60s from the field. He's shooting like in the 50s and the 60s from three-point range at times. I mean, it's just stupid what's gone on with Caleb Martin in the last 3 games. Love what I'm seeing. So I'm really intrigued to see if those 3 guys can actually they need to become the foundation where then Jimmy plays off of them and Jimmy coasts a lot more, in the first 3 periods. And when you get to that fourth quarter, that you need Jimmy to pick it up. And he gets you the key baskets. He gets you the key stops, those kind of things, the stud stuff that he does all the time. But what I don't want from Jimmy anymore, because I don't think it's productive for him, is that he has to carry the goddamn offense every day, all the way through the playoffs. And how will he have the energy he needs in the playoffs? So the heavy lifting is my point, needs to be done by the young guys. And then Lowry just needs to be a facilitator because he's unreliable on a consistent basis offensively. And Jimmy needs to provide Jimmy. Like clutch Jimmy, like badass defensive Jimmy, like badass vice grip hands, rebound Jimmy. Shut it down at the end of a quarter, at the end of a half, at the end of the game. Help stop the best player because you're fresh. Score the key basket because you're fresh. Not because you have shot 15 of 32 from the field or 15 of 28 from the field, and you've gone to the hole like 15 times and you've been hammered and you've been at the line, and now we're asking you to also close the damn game. No, you cannot do that anymore to Jimmy. So I'm really intrigued. Ira says no Jimmy tonight. You'll get Jimmy on the second Celtic game. So he's right. Let's see what the young guys do without Jimmy, and then when they add him in a couple days. Very intrigued by that. But I'm going to be interested to see if Bam is now ready to move from the super role player to the superstar, because that's what he's played like the last 2 games. He's played like a superstar plays, like a man possessed. He has the talent, the ability. He has the drive. Just go out there and do it already. And what I love about Jimmy, he will not stop those young kids from doing this. He'll be happy with 14 points, 12 points a night 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 steals, but they're going to be super important rebounds, super important assists, super important points. That's what it'll be. Impactful stuff, not the whole thing about carrying the damn offense. So looking forward to that game tonight to see what kind of Heat team we get, since you're going up against a hell of a Celtic. Dude, they're 10-1 at home. It's crazy. What else do we have going on? Yes. When sports and business collide, baby, we got something called the KSDT Sports Business Report. Yes. World Cup betting. There's probably a little betting going on in the World Cup. Well, analysts, I know it's analysts, but let's have some fun with it. They're expecting a massive increase in sports betting this year, World Cup, compared to the 2018 tournament. You notice that they tell us about all this stuff with the economy and all that, and the inflation is starting to go down. The spending online was way more than last year. It's like things are actually kind of turning around, which I did not expect, but we'll see. But it's maybe here in this country, maybe things won't be as bad next year like I thought in the first season. The tournament's 9 draws to date have been favorable to sportsbooks since most bettors pick one team to win. While Europe is likely the bigger hub for World Cup bets, the U.S. is enjoying its first round tournament since legal sports betting became widespread in the country. And during the 2018 World Cup, for which the U.S. did not qualify, sports betting was legal for around 10 million Americans. It is currently legal now for 132 million Americans, not named Florida residents. Damn it. According to the American Gambling Association, 20.5 million Americans planned before the tournament to place a total of 1.8 billion. With the U.S. advancing to the knockout stage after its 1-0 victory against Iran, Tuesday, U.S. bettors will be able to bet on the national team for at least one more game. It's crazy stuff, dude. 35 billion. That's just a little bit less than the entire fortune of Sean Stanley. Just a little bit outside. That's all I can tell you, baby. Just a little bit outside. The Larry Little Legends Hall of Famers night. They've got the golf tournament on the 3rd. And folks, if you want to be a part of that golf tournament, be part of the foursomes, 954-867-6511. This Saturday, you could be playing with some former Dolphin greats, some Hall of Famers, some perfect legend guys that you saw in the late 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s. You might be playing with some great Miami Dolphins. 954-867-6511 if you want to take part in the Saturday Larry Little NFL Hall of Famers golf tournament, which is an absolutely fantastic event. All right, what do we have? Breaking. Mike McDaniel just said Austin Jackson will not play versus now. Well, we know he was already out. Yeah, we kind of expected it. Ragin says, Big O, I'm not worried about this game. McD and his staff will have faced the challenge after challenge this season and have met the challenges time after time. They might not win this week, but they will be ready. I like that. All right. So how you doing, Sean Stanley? You doing good? You ready for me to broadcast from Mexico or Montreal? Huh? Because you know that's going to happen. I'm going to have to go to Mexico or Montreal to do the show, unfortunately, because I'll be there for a couple days. Oh, talk to Miss Cleo, and she said Sanders will win the game with a 50-yard plus field goal. Also, She said that the Beatles will break up. I disagree. I don't think so. I think the Beatles love each other too much. I think John Lennon will divorce Yoko Ono and save the Beatles. That's what will happen. And we'll get a new album from them soon. And maybe I can just buy the 8-track. I'm looking forward to it. You know, I've thought about that for fun. Add an 8-track player to the sound system just for the hell of it. Go buy a couple of 8-tracks just to screw around, you know, because they actually still make them. And they're producing, I think, somewhere 8 tracks or something like that, which is funny. Anyway, Byron Jones is such a hypocrite. Said all that stuff about X last year, but then turns around and is pouting this year. Well, he's not pouting. We don't even hear from him, Paulie, like at all. Like the guy doesn't talk. But you can go check out his Porsches and his passion for Porsche. Sean, did he borrow one of your Porsches for that video? 2 of them. 3? Holy shit. Like I told you, Sean Stanley's net worth in the billions. In the billions. Sam Bankman-Fried gave him all the money. That's what happened. Marino knew how to stay on the field. We're all hoping Tua learns the same thing. Throw away, stay on the field. Amen. A freaking men. And speaking, since Lofi is, where is the market before we wrap it up here? Where's Bitcoin at right now? It's right under 17. So it's been climbing a little bit lately. Ethereum, by the way, is up 5%, and it's approaching now 1,300. So not bad. Not bad. All right, we are set. Let's see. We are set, by the way, for Montreal and Mexico City. So any of you out there that live in Montreal, I need some tips this year. I'm going there in August. For Mexico City, we got plenty of time, dude. It's not till September of 2024. So we got a long time to talk about that one. That one, at least this one is coming around, and it'll be here in a few months. And not a few months, but like 9 months. Still 10 months away. So it's crazy. But anyway, thank you all out there for tuning in. Hey, help us make the run to 20,000. Okay, please. We got 16.4. Hit the like button. Please subscribe. Help us get to 20,000. Let's grow this thing even more and make it even more stronger so we can bring up more content and try to get more sponsors to provide more for you guys that you cannot get anywhere in South Florida. So appreciate all of you out there. Thank you for tuning in, for visiting our sponsors, for smashing that like button. We love you for all of that. Sean Stanley, Chad Shobe, as always, getting it done. We love those guys. And, of course, we will see you tomorrow afternoon. We get to sleep in. We'll see you at 3 o'clock live from Hialeah Park. Y'all be good out there.